whether or not human beings should stop procreating. We're going to start with 10 minutes each and then an hour and 15 minutes of arguments afterwards. I will be writing down questions that I have for each of the participants to ask after everything is over, just to tie things up with a nice little bow. But who will be going first? Did we do a coin toss or somebody passing up first go?
No, he's the affirmative, so you might want to switch us to 10th.
Okay, sure.
He's going first.
There you go. All right, Life Abolition.
Hi, everybody. I am J. Charles, author of Whose Life Is It? The Moral Death of Life Enslavement. Tonight, I'm going to be arguing the affirmative that human beings should stop procreating. Before I make this argument, I want you to sit with what it actually means to bring someone into his existence. Excuse me. To create a person is to sentence them without asking to a body that will get sick, to make them feel real physical pain, everything from having a scraped knee to bone fractures to a cancer diagnosis and everything in between. It's to guarantee that they will feel hunger, that they will experience thirst, exhaustion, and fear. It is to guarantee that they will lose loved ones and they will carry this grief for the rest of their life. They will experience heartbreak, betrayal, disappointment, and a slow, undignified process of dying and aging. Year by year, they will decline. And the coolest part about this is that they never asked for this. They never consented. This is not the exception. This applies to everyone. There may be cases where people experience more suffering, but at the very least, everyone has to suffer and everyone has to die. This is the baseline, regardless of your individual circumstances. This has been the curse that has plagued human existence since the beginning of the creation of life or sentience. Every single person will suffer and die. There are no exemptions. There are no exceptions. The imposition of life is not a neutral. It's not a neutral state. Yes, you can call it a gift if you want to, but it's a gift that the person did not ask for. They did not consent. They could not possibly consent because they didn't exist. And you may think that life comes with joy. I don't think the joy offsets the suffering. You don't have a duty to give someone joy, but you do have a duty to not impose suffering on someone without their consent. The joy only offsets the suffering, but the suffering is not justified. Suffering is the baseline. And so what happens in society is completely irrelevant. We can talk about your duties to your country, to your family, once you exist. But the original imposition is completely unjustified. So the only statistic that is relevant for this conversation is that there's not a single person who currently exists or who will ever exist who has ever consented to being brought into existence. That is the only statistic that I need to win this debate. The arguments about declining birth rates, labor markets, civilization's continuity are completely irrelevant. My arguments are more qualitative than quantitative. I'm going to be arguing about the ethics of procreation. I don't care about civilization. I don't consent to civilization. I exist within civilization as a result of the imposition that my parents made. It is not a choice, and the alternatives are not much better, but I didn't choose that either. Every person will carry pain, and I don't think civilization necessarily minimizes that. In fact, civilization can actually compound it, especially given that civilization prevents people from a dignified death. I'm not saying that life contains no joy, no meaning. I'm saying that it's not justified, that the person didn't consent. Yes, you may find subjective meaning. You may try to give your life meaning by the choices that you make, but there is no objective meaning. There is no meaning at the cosmic level. Meaning, the only meaning you can give to your life is at the terrestrial level. Most people will be completely forgotten within 3 generations. For the purpose of this debate, I'm willing to stipulate that procreation benefits society. That is not, I'm not going to argue that. I'm going to concede that point right now. It does sustain economies. It does create a populace to care for the aging. It does preserve culture. I don't need to negate that to win this debate. A benefit to society does not create justification for imposing the serious, irreversible harm on a person who did not give their consent. Consent in every other context would be taken seriously. If you were to have sex with someone without their consent, that would be considered a violation. If you were to force someone to provide labor, you would call that slavery. You would call that a human injustice. Yet, for some reason, when it comes to procreation, everyone seems to ignore it. They seem to forget how you got here, that you were actually created by 2 parents who did not ask for your consent and could not get your consent. The problem with procreation is structural, not incidental. If you were to reach out into the void and ask the person who doesn't exist, would they consent to 80 plus years of suffering and death, obedience to a state that they did not consent to, being subjected to all kinds of state tyranny, having to obey unjust laws, having their reproductive functions controlled and dictated by society, having to work for some corporation, not having any meaningful rights because the state has sovereign immunity or qualified immunity. Yes, you can escape civilization. Maybe you can go live off the grid. There's not a single place on this planet that isn't monopolized by the state. My book, Whose Life Is It? The Moral Debt for Life Enslavement, addresses all of these issues. So regardless of your culture, regardless of your geographic location, you didn't choose all that. And yes, maybe you can do things to try to mitigate your suffering. You shouldn't have to. You should not have to work to crawl your way up, to work your way. You shouldn't even have to maintain your involuntary existence. It's not your life. You don't actually own it. And that is something that no one has ever demonstrated, that it is your life. Your life is owned by the state. It doesn't necessarily benefit you unless you wanted to, but I'm just going to speak for myself. My life does not benefit me. My life benefits society. It benefits the state. And what makes procreation so...
2-minute warning.
Am I out of time?
2-minute warning.
And what makes procreation particularly egregious is the fact that medical assistance in dying has been criminalized. So you must go through extraordinary means in order to escape the imposed existence that you never consented in the first place. So you're trapped. You're trapped to live 80 plus years of drudgery because your parents decided to procreate. And that is not justified just to sustain a declining population. Now, okay, that's fine. I can stop here.
No, you go one more minute. Unless you're ready.
I wanted to argue that declining birth rates threaten civilization. She's going to make appeals to necessity, that we need to procreate. She's never going to explain why we need civilization in the first place, or why procreating absent consent is justified. What I expect is that if I don't like civilization, I can leave. If I don't like life, I can just whatever. I don't expect the consent argument to be addressed by my opponent at all. What I expect is to be told, sorry, your life sucks. What I expect is to be told that this is a personal failing for me to overcome and adapt to circumstances that I never chose in the first place. I don't expect any empathy. I expect appeals to necessity, appeals to religion, appeals to tradition. So my arguments are going to be primarily based on consent. And the only statistic that I need is that no one.
That'll be it. All right, reset the timer. Remember, we have an hour and 15 minutes after both of you to argue it out. I've already got lots of questions for you guys, but I'm going to find it. All right, so just take me a second here to move to that and go ahead. Paige, your 10 minutes.
ABG.
Sorry, AVG, go ahead.
Wow, I certainly did not expect my opponent to concede the debate in his opening, for it logically follows that if there is a reason for humans to procreate, such as a societal benefit, like my opponent admitted, then there is no reason for them to stop. The antinatalist position is a baffling one. It requires an individual to see generations of struggle and victory, heartbreak and love, and to even defy the odds themselves, to be born into a society where things are better than they were centuries ago, and to say, damn it all to hell. Regardless of what they assert, antinatalists do hold an inherently selfish and at the same time self-defeating view. They frequently discard logical entailments, such as the necessity of societal infrastructure and consent being impossible in all forms of life-changing decisions, in favor of fake virtue signaling and false promises. For instance, all life is suffering. Why not prevent it from even being a possibility? Or we already have enough resources, and AI can easily assume the burden of lost workers. Humans today live longer, have access to better medical care and technology, and generally do not face the burdens that our ancestors did in order to survive. And despite what my opponent will likely argue, we do not have a resources consumption-based issue stemming from population when it comes to essential living components like food and electricity. According to the UN Environment Program, low-income countries, which generally have more population growth than their first world counterparts, can use 6 times less materials and generate 10 times less climate impacts than those living in high-income countries. Successfully advancing an use the quality of living, despite how the population reduction was divided initially, as this is also unpredictable, to establish that any burden the fresh generation of humans might put on the existing system would not be offset by their contributions and or newly discovered technological or other advancements, and perhaps, most importantly, to establish that if the future humans were to be born, that the suffering that they would experience in their lifetimes would be significant enough for them to have willingly chose to not have been born, how they possessed, this is the key component here, right? The faculties to do so. Yeah, you can't get consent from an unborn person. Okay. Wrong, or no consent, no bueno. These are all moral assumptions stemming from subjective, personally held belief. The fact is that not all suffering is bad. It makes us stronger, and families give people purpose. And with that, I yield.
Holy moly. Okay, you still had 6 minutes, 45 seconds left.
I don't need it.
All right, let's start a timer for an hour and 15 minutes then. There. All right.
Let me know.
All
right. Yeah, so like abolitionism, you said that suffering is a baseline. Can you establish that to me, that everybody experiences suffering and it's of equal and increasing value, and not the worst case?
Well, your body has needs in order to maintain itself. You have to constantly consume food. Otherwise, you experience a perpetual state of hunger. Your body must maintain equilibrium. meaning you're going to need some type of temperature regulation, whether it's staying out of the heat or staying out of the cold. You're going to need to constantly defend yourself from threats. And I know you may think that civilization mitigates that, but still the state is its own threat.
So you're just talking about biological functions. You're
Well,
saying
I'm talking
biological
about suffering. I'm talking about getting bitten by mosquitoes, falling off a bike. I'm talking about age and declining. I'm talking about heart attacks. I'm talking about breathing in pollution. I'm talking about all of that. I'm talking about your menstrual cycle. All of these things.
So that's enough to just want to not be here. Like, oh, I got bit by a mosquito. I wish I wouldn't have been born. Like, oh,
yes, I am talking about mosquitoes. All of it.
Are you for real?
I am dead serious. You did. I didn't consent to being bitten by mosquitoes.
Okay. So, can I just explain something to you? So there's a proportionality. So what you're trying to convince me to do is to like say to people, hey, don't procreate, right? Stop procreating. Don't give people an opportunity to even be born. So the suffering that you're asserting that they're going to experience has to be proportionate enough that the person would be like, oh, well, geez, that's horrible. I would rather not been born. Do you really think that somebody faces a mosquito bite that's maybe a bit inflamed for a couple days and they're like, you know what? Or maybe they get a disease, worst case scenario, right? And they get treated for it and then they're like, oh, damn, that was awful. I wish I would have never been born. Do you really think that's proportionate?
Okay, let's talk about something more serious. Most people are terrified of death. In fact, that is, I know you there's probably not any studies to show this, but
it's a biological imperative.
Their reason for procreating is their fear of their own annihilation. They're trying to cheat death through procreation. And yet, I don't understand that, because they're actually ensuring that more generations will die. So if you were to survey most people, they don't want to die. And I'm sure yourself included, you don't want to die. And yet you would inflict death onto another generation.
Like, even like, let's say you have a horrible health condition. Does that mean that you just wish that you wouldn't have lived at all? Like, we're talking total eradication here. Like, there needs to be a significant, like, I'm not denying that there's some people that exist out there that they have a horrible medical condition where they can't even live normal lives, and every single moment is pain. But that's not the general experience like you seem to report. You're opening, you said suffering is a baseline. You're leading us to believe that everybody's like stage 5 cancer patient with like horrendous body pains and they can't do anything, right? Then that's the general experience.
What you count as suffering. But if I did give you David Benatar's book, Better Never to Have Been, David Benatar counts all suffering, everything as minimal as a mosquito bite to the more extreme versions of suffering, and none of it was consensual. So I know you think that I don't know, maybe this is hyperbole, or I shouldn't be taken seriously, but no, the bottom line is that when you procreate, you're playing Russian roulette. You're taking risk with someone else's life. There's an endless potential for suffering, and all of it is completely foreseeable. So maybe you did have a good life, but you're not in control of that. You don't know if your country is going to become war torn. I'm sure that the people who procreated in Germany didn't realize there was going to be a Holocaust, but they decided to gamble anyway, and then look at the outcome. So I'm not sure why humans are no smarter than cats and dogs, that we can't ignore our biological drives and actually have some empathy for our potential offspring. I'm not sure why humans are less empathetic than or equally as unempathetic as bacteria. And I'm not sure why this is funny, by the way. I'm not sure why this is a joke. There are people who are experiencing real suffering every day.
Who's laughing? Is somebody laughing?
Well, maybe not right now, but earlier you were like you thought it was funny. I'm like, this is not a joke.
It wasn't about the whole thing. It was about the specific thing that you.
I'm sorry. I should do that. That's not fair, because you're on camera.
I saw it too, and if I thought it was out of line, I would have probably said, "Hey, let's hold it together." But it was about the specific thing that you were saying, and even I was smiling and kind of giggling.
No, it's. I apologize for that because you are on camera and I'm not.
Don't worry, let's pull
No, but you're on camera, and I don't think it's fair for me to
Right.
critique your facial expressions.
Body language. Yeah.
Okay, so can I explain where I'm going? Because
we're all friends.
right now, this is how I understand your argument. Okay, we should not have children because there is a chance that that child could get, like the flu a few times, might be bitten by a mosquito. So the kind thing to do is to just not have them be born. That's your argument, correct?
Well, it's the only way to guarantee that they won't suffer and die.
Well, if they're never born, they'll never experience joy. Isn't that suffering?
Right, but you don't have a duty to give joy.
Yes, it is suffering.
You don't. No,
it is suffering.
Wait. Someone who doesn't exist does not suffer from not experiencing joy. They only suffer once they're brought into existence. So
if they know that they could have had that life, would that not be painful for them?
I provided you David Benatar's book. I'm not sure if you looked up the asymmetry chart.
Tell me why I should bring it up, and tell me a specific portion and his credentials, and why should we even back what he's saying? Because from what I understand, he also rejects proportionality logic, because he's saying, you told me before, I'm assuming this is correct, that he says that even any kind of suffering, like a mosquito bite, is suffering, and that would justify your position that you're advancing today. And I think that's an argument in ridiculousness.
Well,
to be quite
it's not even just the harm that we experience ourselves. It's also the harm that we cause to others. Now, I'm not a vegan, but just by existing, we do cause harm to animals. And so I'm against procreation for that, in that aspect. And I'm sure you're not a vegan either, but if you look at the harm, humans are the most destructive species on the planet. We cause infinite destruction to the environment, to other life forms, and we cause harm to each other. And because humans are so territorial, and because they want to consume so many resources, yes, they have no problem oppressing others in this capitalistic system. They just want to extract. They support democracy, and they want the state to control and enslave everyone so that they can feel safe. It's like they don't want to make any decisions for themselves. They're just toddlers. They're just perpetual children who need the state to babysit everybody. None of us can be free because these people are too incompetent to have any agency over their own lives. They beg the state to control them. And I know you live in Canada, but I think Canada is just as authoritarian as America. I'm sorry.
So, in your subjective opinion, right? So, like for instance, you might think that all of this is bad, but like, what if I told you that certain areas being colonized, colonialism was a horrible thing, right? In some aspects, also benefited those countries that were colonized because they got access to more resources and advancements in medicine and technology. Like, you seem to just be selectively picking the bad aspects of human flourishing and contribution, and for that one aspect, you like just think that it's all, we just burn it all to hell, right?
No, I don't concede that point at all. I think that civilization has done nothing but keep these countries in perpetual debt. They have been forced into this centralized banking system in which they can never pay the debt. They have to sell their raw materials and their labor in order to pay the debt. And we offshore our inflation by manipulating the exchange rate. So in order for us to maintain our high quality of life, they have to suffer. And we get these raw materials and these goods, the materials that we use in our cell phones, the metals, the gold, the silver, the diamonds, all being extracted from the third world. And meanwhile, even though they are rich in natural resources, they're the ones who are in poverty, even though we have a service-oriented economy in which we produce very little. So it does not benefit them. This is a whole scam. This is a whole bait and switch where we act like we're giving generosity to the third world because we're giving them paper money. No, they were doing fine. They were living off the land. And then we came and disrupted their way of life with our bullshit with our civilization. I think I would have been much happier if I was born in a third world and I didn't, and I wasn't controlled by the state. At least those people actually own their lives. At least they're not controlled by the state.
So people can't live off the grid. People don't do that at all.
Not well, but even if you live off the grid, that still is under the state. There's no place on earth that hasn't been monopolized by the state.
Really? What about the islands where there's tribes that literally live without any kind of government interference?
Those islands are still territories of some state. I tried to find a place on this planet that isn't owned by a state, and there is none.
Have you heard of the island of Papua New Guinea?
I'm pretty sure that is under a state. I don't know but I just don't think there is one.
Have you heard of the Simbari tribe in Papua New Guinea?
Even if what you're saying is true, that doesn't negate my point. The bottom line is that I didn't choose any of this stuff. So maybe there's an alternative where I can go live on some remote island. I shouldn't have to choose between one bad option and another. I mean, and moreover, I have not been given I've been deprived of the basic survival skills that I should have because I was raised in a civilized society. I don't have the hunting and survival skills and the ability to build. Of course, I could learn it, but it's a learning curve, and the risk is too great. I don't know these people. For me to just pick up and go to some island where I don't know anybody, I don't speak their language, I don't have a good. I would be okay. I know that's your preferred option. I would prefer my option, which would be to.
Sorry, how do you know that's my preferred option?
Because that's what you suggested. I mean, you didn't even address the medical assistance in dying argument that I presented. That would be my option.
Oh, do you want to talk about that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, great. Why should we support a MAID when they're currently advocating for it to be expanded to people with mental health issues where they literally lack faculties to make a decision on ending their life?
Well, I don't want to legalize it. I want to decriminalize it because I think it's a natural right. And I don't think the state has any legitimate authority to criminalize it in the first place. We're not slaves. I'm not sure how the Constitution works in your country, but in America, we have a constitution of delegated authority. The people themselves are supposed to be sovereign, and the cornerstone of freedom is self-ownership. If you don't own your life, then you're a slave.
Should be allowed to end their life.
I think the way you're framing the question is
anyone.
I guess the correct way to phrasing it: who does the state have legitimate authority to force to exist against their will? Because the state does not.
But you said that this isn't about the state. You said everybody should have a right to end their life. So I'm just.
No.
Is that everybody? Everybody.
It's a natural right. It exists under natural law, which the state is violating by criminalizing it. The state has no legitimate authority to criminalize it in the first place. It's not in our Constitution.
Okay, prove to me. Sorry, finish your point, and let me know.
The way that our structure works is that the state has general police powers. It doesn't actually have to source its authority. It just basically has unlimited. The state is sovereign, and people are not, and so basically the state can do whatever it wants. That's not the way it was. I went over the Declaration of Independence. America actually was rejecting the sovereign doctrine of the British, that the people were supposed to be sovereign, not the king or not the state. And yet we have sort of went right back to where we started. We don't even own our lives. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that we actually own our lives?
This is just, you're going to answer my question. Then I'll answer your question.
What was your question?
I'll make sure everybody's respectful. Just push through. Good.
Who should be allowed to off themselves?
I don't think anybody should be allowed. I think it is a natural right, and the state does not have a legitimate authority to stop anyone from doing it. So it's not a question of being allowed. The state should not have the power to stop someone from doing it.
So what about force? What about force doctrine? Is there not an enforcement arm of the government? Are we not bound by laws if we live in society?
Right, but did we consent to live in? We didn't consent to that. So that's where you have to start. That we were life was imposed on us.
John Locke, social contract theory.
Right. No. You mean Rousseau. You mean Rousseau. That's the social contract was Rousseau. But I'm glad you brought up John Locke. What John Locke actually said is that by the way, John Locke was against self-deletion, but not for the reason that you're saying. He believed that we have a duty to God to maintain our lives, but it wasn't a duty to the state. And what's the other guy's name? Can't think of the guy, the one who wrote. I'll look it up while you're talking.
Right. So you're saying that natural law is incompatible with civil law, and to that I say, who the fuck cares? Like, ultimately, we live in a society that's governed by laws and branches of government, including the enforcement mechanism of the state. And if you don't like that, I mean, like I said, there's a little island, right? You can go live with the tribe there. It's called the Bari tribe. I think you'd find what they do on that island very interesting.
Okay, the person I was trying to think of, the philosopher, is David Hume. David Hume had a competing theory against Locke, that basically we do have a natural right, and it is a right that is given to us by God because only human beings have the ability to do that. Is a natural ability, and therefore the state does not have legitimate authority to interfere. So
you believe in God? Do you believe in God?
Not the way that God has been used colloquially. I don't believe it is an actual deity, a man in the sky. I consider myself a Gnostic, so it's not a literal God the way that most people use that word.
Okay, just curious. What was your question for me?
Do you believe that we actually own our lives?
Insofar as what, financially, in being, in essence, what capacity?
Okay, well, I don't know if you're familiar with John Locke because you did cite him, but John Locke was a proponent of self-ownership. He said that he basically explained that our lives exist in three domains: the right to the person, the state, and liberty. And I don't know how the Supreme or how the legal structure is in your country. I can only explain how it works in America, that our Supreme Court has bifurcated, a liberty interest versus a property interest, because they were using Rousseau's social contract theory as opposed to Locke, even though the founding documents are based on Locke. So if you don't have, the way that they frame it is that any liberty interest has to be balanced against a competing state interest, and the state always wins. So and the state has sovereignty. So you lose every time. I don't know if you've ever tried to sue the state. It's nearly impossible, even when the state has actually violated your rights. Even when the state has destroyed your property or done something completely egregious, even when the state has deleted somebody, they will claim, oh, he had a reasonable belief that you had a gun. So qualified immunity, he acted in good faith. He didn't violate clearly established law. It's so arbitrary. It's just, if you can't sue the state to enforce your rights, then you basically don't have any rights. And I don't
literally can.
I'm sorry?
You literally can. There's like hundreds of thousands of Supreme Court decisions out there where somebody has successfully appealed and won against the state. Literally.
Well, that's the whole clearly established law, and it has to violate a law where there's actual case precedent with identical circumstances to your circumstances. If it's some variation, even slightly, it's going to be dismissed, even if it actually violates.
Not true.
I'm talking about in America. I don't know how it works in Europe.
I know. It's the same. There's a factual nexus and a legal nexus that we typically rely on in terms of precedent in the legal system. And so when we're talking about factual nexus, I think that's more so along the lines of what you're thinking, that the facts of the case are the same. And therefore, that's why the precedent is persuasive to the court in reaching its decision. But if we're talking about a legal nexus, it can be something as simple as the legal test that was defined in the precedent-setting case is applicable to the new case.
Okay,
So
so
there's
what is the
nexuses.
what is the
It's the same
legal
everywhere.
standard for? Do you have qualified immunity in your where you are? And if you do, what is
Yeah, it's
what
named
is the
something
standard?
different. It's named something different. It's under the criminal code. I looked up the other day. If you don't mind, I can take a second, bring it back up.
Because in America, well, if you sue, first of all, if you sue certain state actors, they have absolute immunity. If you sue the president, the governor, if you sue a judge, they have absolute immunity.
25.1 to 25.4 of the criminal code. Officers are protected from criminal liability for actions taken during their duties if they act on reasonable grounds, and their actions are authorized by law.
What about
And I'm
civil
still waiting for an
liability?
answer.
What about civil
What
liability?
else? Sorry, we're talking about qualified immunity. What in what capacity
Right,
are you
right. But
saying?
when you sue a state actor under 42 U.S.C. 1983, their defense is qualified immunity. Maybe we need to get away from this because our legal structure is
We're
a little
really,
bit.
you still
Yes.
I asked you a very clear question. I asked you, I said, you said if I own my life, right? And I asked you in what capacity or context, and you still haven't answered me.
Okay, let me
So
answer it.
wait.
Well, I can answer it easily. That this. Okay, first of all, your rights have to be balanced against the state's competing interests, and there's three standards. There's strict scrutiny, intermediate, and rational basis. Most state actions are going to be analyzed under rational basis, and so as long as the state has any rational basis for what it did, then it's going to be upheld.
That's not an answer.
Okay, what I'm basically saying is that you don't have any rights. You don't have any right to your life, liberty, or your property. That the state can, in my case, this city literally destroyed my fence because they own a lot next to my fence and they were negligent and their tree fell and destroyed it. If I were to sue anybody else, they would be held liable. But because it's the city, which I didn't even know that the city has sovereign immunity because the city is not sovereign. They claim sovereign immunity because based on the home rule, I don't know, it's based on the delegated state authority. So they get to destroy my fence. I can't sue them. I have experienced so many injustices, so many, and you can't fight it because they always claim immunity. I have one. Let me not talk about myself because I don't want to.
Yeah, it's going to the Justin Timberlake song. It's kind of turned into that right now.
Cry Me a River.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to address some of this at the end.
But I don't mean to be solipsistic, but I don't think that my experience is atypical. I think most people have experienced injustice. They just don't think about it. They get the ticket, they just pay it, or the police officer harasses them. They just accept it as a normal part of their life. They don't see it as oppression. The fact that you have to get an occupational license just to maintain your livelihood. You can't even work without permission from the state. That's what I'm talking about. You don't actually own your life. Because you don't have any natural rights. They're operating based on Rousseau's social contract theory, which is the general will. The general will says that the state has unlimited authority. You don't have any rights independent of the state, and the state can literally do whatever it wants so long as it serves the general will. You as an individual are expendable. Your rights are expendable, and who cares so long as it serves the greater good. And so they will always talk about the state's interests, the greater good, the public. These are nebulous terms. They don't benefit anybody. The public is just a collection of individuals. If you're not protecting the individual, then you're not protecting the public.
Okay, so are you asking me, or are you trying to convince me? Because I thought you were asking me ownership over a certain
I still didn't. I don't know if you think that we own our life, but I don't think we do. But let me just tell you the framework in my book. My book is based on a disposal rights test. That what you own under property law, if you own something, then you have the right to dispose it. So my test, which is the disposal rights test, proves dispositively that you don't own your life because you don't have the right to dispose it. The state has the superior disposal rights. The state can terminate your life, but you can't terminate your own life. The state can destroy your property, but it regulates your property. So even when it comes to your property, you don't really own it. You just basically have a right to exclude. The state has superior. The state owns your life in every domain over your person, your liberty, and your property. Everything is based on getting state permission. You're just a perpetual slave. You never really get emancipated, even at the age of 18. You're supposed to be an adult. You're just a perpetual child who has to beg the state for permission just to exist. Humans are the only let me be more specific. The civilized human is the only animal on the planet that has to pay just to exist.
Okay, do we get anything in return for that payment?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe you do, because I think, based on your arguments about the population decline, I'm willing to bet that you're a statist and you actually support the state and you want the state to continue. So I don't. Okay, let's not make this personal.
Well, let me provide you with my, just so you don't gish gallop again. So you have a way of like trailing off, and then we lose the original point entirely. So I think that, right, there is some benefit. Like, is it annoying to pay taxes? Absolutely. Do I, like when we had the, the C-19 stuff, was that annoying? And like, was that a bit oppressive? Sure. But guess what? I can go outside and I can be safe. I don't have to worry about being injured or hurt or anything by another human. I have access to clean water. I have access to like nice food. I live in an area that's highly walkable. My employer gives me great benefits. And you might say, like, okay, these are all like little hardships. But if you were to ask me, hey, would you like turn back the clock right now and just not be alive, or would you like go through these hardships? I'd be like, I'd rather go through these hardships. Bluntly, because there can be no good. You say there can only be suffering, but there can also be no good. It's self-defeating as a logical entailment.
So do you think that the continuation of life is always justified under all circumstances? Like, for example, what if you were a chattel slave, or what if you were in the Holocaust just wasting away? Do you think that is worth a life worth continuing?
That's an interesting question. I actually recently saw a YouTube video of an individual that was talking about slavery, and this child slavery, specifically in the United States of America. This individual was a Black man, and he said, you know what? It was horrible what my ancestors went through, and like the generational trauma is awful. But if that wouldn't have happened, we would still be in Africa in like this village, and the conditions in that village are pretty horrible. And in America, I have access to, like all of these like economic opportunities and the first world country elements and resources that we often take for granted. So it's funny how you seem to take the negative on things, and there actually can be a positive from something that's even very traumatic.
Let's shift a little bit to your argument about
you don't want to like.
Okay, I can address that.
You're just gonna concede?
I think that you're creating a false dichotomy where you have to live in a civilized society or you have to live in a third world. I don't think you have to exist at all. So I don't think.
When I say that, that's total.
Well, you said that this Black person was grateful for slavery because at least he doesn't have to live in some impoverished country in Africa. So I'm saying he didn't have to exist at all. So why are we comparing two states of existence? There is a third option.
Yeah,
So
the option where there's no good at all. There's just
but
that
I don't
nothing.
think that, okay, but I'm not talking about him. Would you like to be a Holocaust victim who's starving and skeletal and being abused, or would you like to be whipped and not have any rights and you're picking cotton in the hot sun? Would you like that? I'm just trying to figure out your barometer for what quality life is, or a bare life, because you seem to espouse a position of a bare life, that as long as you're alive, then you should be grateful.
So that's the wrong question to ask. What you should be asking is, would I be fine going through that, or would I prefer to not live? Because that's your position. Would you like to rephrase your question?
I mean, if you want to answer that, then I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because the other question's stupid. It's like, obviously nobody wants to go through those things, but if it was between going through those things and not even having the opportunity to exist and to survive the Holocaust and to survive chattel slavery and to go on and build something and have kids and, you know, be fruitful and have love and a purpose in life, then obviously I would rather go through those things. None of those things, as horrible as they are infinite. They are a finite experience that you experience for a portion of your life, and then you have all of this other potential, right? There's always something that you can look back on and say, hey, you know what? This sucked, but I'm really glad it happened because of this, right? I injured my back super bad a couple years ago. But guess what? It meant I was at home more. I started watching debates. I got into debating. I got back and I found orthodoxy, right? I got back into the church. I was a Protestant for years, right? So this horrible thing, right? This whole back injury comes to that. And when C19 happened, I didn't have a regular phone call scheduled with my dad. And we started that in 2020. And now we do that every week. And it's one of the most rewarding parts of my week, is just getting to talk to my father, the man who made me without my consent, because I love him and I find him to be a great resource and a source of joy in my life.
I'm glad you brought that up, because you are a Christian. You know, this is what I gather from listening to your channel. I just want to tell you what led me to procreation, even before I knew about antinatalism, was Christianity. I did read about the last days, and I read the story of Job and Jeremiah, where they lamented being brought into existence. And so at the age of 13, I did come to the realization that procreation was unethical. And my father tried to convince me to give him grandchildren, and I refused. What I told my father is that I wouldn't wish life on my worst enemy. And he tried to convince me even when he was on his deathbed, and I absolutely refused. Do you think, as a Christian,
are you married? Are you even married? Like, can you even, if you want to have kids, could you even?
Well, no, but he was trying to convince me.
Okay.
He was trying to convince, I had this friend from high school who was trying to push me off on, and anyway, I don't need to get into that, but suffice it to say, I am homosexual and I am sterilized and I am never going to have children. Now, what I wanted to
Did you sterilize yourself?
Well, no, I had a doctor do that.
I know, but I mean, like, you chose to sterilize yourself.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right? You got a vasectomy?
Absolutely.
Oh,
now, what I wanted to ask you, as a Christian,
so weird you could do that if the state owns you, right? It's so weird. It's like, you don't even know that happened. You must have done it top secret, James Bond style, snuck in, got back alley, vasectomist.
Well, I'm not enslaving anyone to the state, so I'm not propagating the state. So what my philosophy calls for is the dismantling of the state through abstention from procreation. But okay.
Also, why did you get sterilized if you're having sex with only men? You can't reproduce with a man, right? You understand that?
Because I don't have credibility to tell other people to get sterilized unless I do it myself. I went through that experience, and I don't want to get to let me just quickly.
I don't want to nitpick.
No. Let me just tell you the reason why. I'm going to tell you the reason why. Because my best friend from high school tried to seduce me. She crawled in bed naked, trying to get me to impregnate her. And so after that, I'm like, okay, I want to make absolutely certain that I don't have any children. So,
well, that's one thing we can agree on. Bitches be crazy, am I right? But can I ask you something? You really believe that you have to go through something to have an opinion on it?
Well, I don't think that I can speak, because people make it seem like it's so horrible, like you're getting castrated. I don't really want to. I don't really want to stick with that, because we're running out of time. And what I want to ask you,
why you think that you have to do something to have an opinion on it? Because
40-minute warning.
That would defeat this whole purpose. This would defeat the whole purpose of the debate. Because if you honestly believe that you would have had to pretty much stop human beings from procreating procreating in order to have an opinion on making human beings stop procreating, then you wouldn't even have a leg to stand on in this debate.
No, but I think there's a layer to it also, the fact that I am homosexual, that a lot of them do just, even within the anti-natalist community, it's just like, oh, well, you're gay, so what, what do you have to say about this? Like, no, I'm still a man, I still have a penis, and I still did it. So if I can do it, I'm not sure what your excuse is. I'm not sure what your excuse is for. I don't really want to. Because okay, there's things that happen in the anti-natalist community which I don't really want to. I'll just quickly say it. A lot of them will be reckless with women, ejaculate in them, and then blame the woman for getting pregnant. And so, anyway, let's move on, because I want to ask you a question about you as a Christian. Do you think the risk of your potential child dying and going to hell is justified? Because I know you think that Jesus saves souls, but would they need to be saved if they were never brought into existence in the first place?
So I think you fundamentally misunderstand the concept of salvation and divine interpretation. So only Jesus can decide that. If you're asking me if it would be better if I aborted my child if I was pregnant, or just never had children just because I was worried that they wouldn't enjoy the kingdom of heaven, I think that's kind of a ridiculous argument, and here's why. Everyone knows we can predict what will happen with this. And the kingdom of heaven through Jesus, then that, we're told as Christians, is one of the most rewarding things. It's literally even better than what we've enjoyed in this earthly life. So if I was a parent of a child who I'm raising, if I have a kid, obviously they'd be raised Orthodox, right? I'm going to give them all the tools that they need to reach salvation and salvificness. And if for some reason they were successful in that, then that would be the greatest reward. So why would I want to deprive my child of the greatest reward?
Well, actually, the Bible says narrow is the path to the kingdom of God, and few will find it. So the Bible is explicitly saying that most people will not go to heaven. In fact, according to the Bible, most people are going to hell. So there's a high probability that most people, you and your child, I don't believe in hell, by the way, so I'm not saying anything to be disrespectful.
Interesting.
But there's a good likelihood, if hell is real, that you and I are both going to hell.
Oh, really? You have the ability to make that salvific?
No, they're not me saying it. That's according to the Bible. The Bible said that most people are going to hell.
Okay, and when was the last time you reviewed that specific passage of the Bible with your spiritual father?
Not with my spirit. Again, I'm a Gnostic, so I don't.
Do you have a spiritual? You don't have a spiritual father, right?
Do you know about Gnosticism? We don't believe that God is what you guys.
No, I'm asking you obvious questions.
There is no spiritual father. God is not my father. God is an energy force that is already inside of me. We were trapped.
You reached this determination subjectively. You read a portion of the Bible and you've made your own assumption about it, and you think that now because the Bible said it and the way that you've interpreted it is such that it must be true. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe it's. I don't believe it's literal. I believe the Bible is allegorical. So,
okay, then how can you? Then that's a moot point. Then you're like, I read this thing in the Bible, and like it's a.
No,
I think
but
it's this,
still,
but then you're like, you think the Bible is allegorical?
It still has a philosophical undertone. It still teaches you something about life. I mean, if you want to discard it, fine.
You're making a determining statement. You're saying I read the Bible, ABG, and ergo, right? I can reach this conclusion. Most people aren't going to heaven. You made a determinative statement based on the passage.
No,
right?
but I don't believe in it though. I'm trying to appeal to your.
Well, then it doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything to me, but it does mean something to you. So I'm using your arguments against you, that you believe in this book, and so I'm going to.
How do you know what I believe?
Because you're a Christian, and that's what I mean.
Are all forms of Christianity the same?
By definition, I mean you believe in a Bible. I mean, I'm not.
By what definition? What's the definition?
by the definition of calling yourself a Christian. I mean, let's not play games, because I've listened to your channel and I know
because you can't
you do believe in the Bible. You do believe in a Bible, and you are a traditional Christian.
Bible exists. I'm an Orthodox Christian. I'm not sola scriptura. I don't believe the Bible is like what the Bible says is the absolute be all end all. I believe in the Bible in combination with the teachings of my spirit. Word, this is what's the truth, right? It's a tool.
All right. I don't want to believe
you don't know,
but do you?
Yeah, of course, you can't. It's fine.
What about May? Do you support the right to medical assistance? And I'm not saying like a legal right. I'm talking about a natural right. Do you support that?
No.
The right? Why?
That's a perversion of God's wishes.
So do you believe in free will?
Yeah, free will is only a test to see whether or not we can follow the teachings of the church and God, right?
Well, if you're a Christian, why are you using the state to control people? I mean, if you really believe that Jesus has power, why don't you appeal to Jesus instead of appealing to the state? Why are you forcing people to exist against their will?
Because we still exist in an earthly society. So absolutely, I don't disagree. I think there are, divine laws and divine commands, and there's also civil commands and civil laws. And whether or not you like it, this is part of living in society. It's a trade-off that we get for the rewards that we get from society and the comforts and the resources that we get from society.
I think you're worshiping a false idol. I think the state is your God. Not
prove it.
Well,
prove it.
The fact that you would appeal to the state to force people to exist instead of appealing to Jesus is really all the proof that I need. Why are you trying to control people through the state? I mean, I want you to understand.
You're asking me if I support it. I don't have any. The fact is, I'm just one woman, okay? 2 14-year-old boys like BEAT the crap out of me, okay?
No,
and I would have nothing to do with it.
The state.
What do you mean? The average woman is significantly less powerful than like teenage boys. Do you not know this?
But you have your own weapon. You have your own weapon, which is the state.
What?
You are a very. I'm sorry, as a statist, you are a very violent person, and you're using the state to impose your will on people because you're deploying violence. The state is inflicting violence on people.
So me preventing or saying that I will not support, for instance, because all I can really do is vote, right? Me not supporting.
Yes,
not allowing
it's an act of violence because the medical professionals who would like to provide that service, who would like to engage in a private contract, would be put in prison. They would lose their ability to earn a livelihood, and this is all done by your consent. This is what you have to understand about democracy.
It says that they would have to go in prison. I just really want them to like seek the help that they need, because if somebody is mentally ill, they don't have the faculties to make a decision on whether or not they should live or not live.
That is backdoor imprisonment also, to stick someone.
What do you mean?
You're detaining someone against their will and pumping them full of drugs. That is backdoor criminalization.
I never said I was going to do that. I would actually like them to get involved in the church, and hopefully the spiritual father could talk some sense into them, because clearly if they're mentally ill, they don't have the faculties necessary to end their own life, right?
Why are you assuming that they're mentally ill? Why can't
that's
be a
what MAID is allowing
response to their circumstances?
Because the question that I asked you was in specific reference to MAID being available to individuals who are mentally unwell. Can you tell me how a mentally ill person can provide consent?
No. But all contracts, for any contract, you have to, there has to be a meeting of the mind. You have to have the capacity to enter a contract. So I don't think a mentally ill person has the capacity to enter a contract. So by default,
so why should we allow them to end their lives? Should we allow them to end their lives if they can't?
I don't like your word allow. It's not. They shouldn't.
Are you tone policing me?
I don't think that the
30-minute warning.
I don't think the state has any right to like. By the way, there are some anti-natalists who are more extreme than me who think that procreation should be against the law, or maybe there should be a license to procreate. I don't believe that. I don't believe the state should have that much power. But on the same token, I don't think the state should have any power to stop anyone from terminating their life.
Even a mentally ill person.
Well, I actually have a proposal which addresses that.
So yes, they shouldn't be.
I think
able to do
standard
that.
contract principles should apply. So if you don't
What
have the
standard?
capacity to contract, then you should not have the ability to terminate your life. It's really that.
Okay, so the
It
government
doesn't need.
can interfere.
Sorry.
The government can interfere then.
No, it's the way I worded it is very specific. It's not about the government interfering. It's about the loved ones. I think you should have standing. I don't think the state has standing just because it wants people to be workers. No, if you're a loved one who actually has an interest in that person, fine. But the caveat also is that if the state is going to force you to exist against your will, then the state should be forced. The state should have to pay to maintain your voluntary existence. If the state has an interest in our lives, fine. If you think that you want to protect the mentally ill, then you should have to pay to maintain their involuntary existence. It should come out of your pocket. They shouldn't have to maintain their life just because you are against it. And then I know you're probably against all.
The government already does that though. They already support mentally, like the people on disability.
No, I'm not. I'm sure you probably disagree, but I'm not mentally ill, and you don't live in my
No,
country.
I mean people are not you. There's people that are like mentally
No.
incapable of carrying on regular lives. They're on disability. Like the government supports those people.
What I'm
yes.
saying is that I don't have that right. It's against the law, and yet I'm forced to maintain my involuntary existence. So for all the people who are against it because they have an interest in my life, they should be paying my bills. They should be paying my mortgage. They should be paying my car. They should be buying me food because they have such a stake. I mean, if they have standing and they're so concerned for me, why do I have to? And if life is such a gift, why do I have to pay to maintain this gift? Because you said it was an opportunity to pay, to work, to toil, to maintain something that you never consented to in the first place.
Do you live in a decent house? Is there clean water and food when you need it?
Yes, I'm not sure what your point.
Have you ever personally had a horrible medical thing happen that left you incapacitated?
I have been healthy for like I don't.
Yeah, and you live in a society where you can, stick your D where you want to, right? And nobody's like throwing you off buildings, right? Like they would in other societies, right?
You got that wrong. The homophobia came as a result of the state through Christianity and through organized a centralized state. There was no homophobia in these so-called primitive cultures. They actually did practice homosexuality in pre-colonial Africa. So I'm not sure why people got this
so that's
wrong.
Just a segue.
It wasn't a Western import. Homophobia is the Western import, not homosexuality.
Okay, so I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you where it came from, where the oppression came from. I'm asking you if you currently live in a society where you can have your sexual orientation and not be, subjected to like building throwing, where you can have access to clean food, clean water. You said you've never had any serious medical conditions. It sounds to me like you live a pretty privileged life. In fact, I think a lot of people would be happy to have your life. Correct?
But implicit in your question is the assertion that I got my so-called gay rights from the state or civilization. And I didn't.
Well, sorry. If the government changes their mind tomorrow, can we not outlaw homosexuality? Like we can make it like it was illegal at certain points. Can the government not do that?
The government never had any legitimate authority to make it illegal in the first place.
Oh, sorry. Does the government not have access to an enforcement arm and a mechanism?
It has power. It doesn't have legitimate authority. Again, it goes back.
It doesn't have legitimate authority. Okay, like abolitionism. Try telling an officer when you, like, let's say you violate a law, you like go public streaking or whatever, and as the officer is cuffing you, you try telling the officer like you have no legitimate authority.
It has power. Power is not the same thing as legitimate authority. Legitimate authority is based on consent. It's based on a social contract. It's something that I consented to. I know you don't think consent matters, but if you're born into a state and you never consented to it, and the state has unlimited authority to do whatever it wants, that's not legitimate. Where was the consent? The parents consented. I didn't. I have natural rights. I have rights that are pre-political. My rights don't come from the state. They don't come from the Constitution.
Do the police care if you try to exert your natural rights?
No, they don't. Which means
them asserting there's okay.
Which
so they mean nothing then.
No,
right?
That proves that the state is violating my natural rights, which is why I'm against the state.
Is that something that you can actually cash? Is that a check you can actually cash?
The purpose of the social contract is to protect my natural rights, not to violate them. That's why the state should be dismantled.
Okay, so it's right now it's not. So you currently live in a world where you don't have access to your natural rights. So, like, with respect, I don't have any other way to say this. Who the hell cares about your natural rights? I know you don't care. Okay, and that's the reason why I'm not going to procreate. I'm not going to put in, because I know you don't care. And I know society doesn't care. Nobody cares. You're left to it's every man for himself. You want to extract and tell me to procreate, and then once they're no, I don't actually. I would like to formally say I don't want you to procreate. I think.
Thank you.
I think you've
expressed and I hope you don't procreate either.
Pretty concerning.
It's mutual. To me. It's mutual. It goes both ways.
Well, I haven't had any
and
kids,
I really appreciate the fact that you're child free. I think you're a hero or heroine.
Okay.
Just stay that way. Just stay that way, and you and I will be best friends. And you can get sterilized like I did, because I can hook you up if you come to America.
No thanks. I'm good on that.
Minutes. You guys seem to be
22 minutes.
You guys want to, so that this doesn't go too long. I mean, it's up to Beth, but it's supposed to be an hour 15 minutes. But you guys are kind of like winding down. I can feel the energy.
I feel like we're ready for closings. Yeah.
But, yeah. So we're gonna. So how long will we give for closings? 5.
Well, can we go back to your argument stuff? I want to be fair.
Okay, we still got 22 minutes. Keep
Real
going.
quick.
Keep going. Go ahead.
Real quick, you guys can make any
if you want to
changes.
keep going.
If you want to shorten it. If you want whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah.
We're
I'm just,
here to accommodate you.
Yep.
And yeah, so whatever you want to do.
well,
Doing great.
like abolitionism seems to want to keep going, so keep going.
Well, we never got to address her arguments. I guess what I would like to know is, why do you think we should reward the state with our offspring? Why is it our problem to prevent a birth rate decline? Why should we even care? Especially if the state is not going to protect our rights, the social contract doesn't mean anything. The state has sovereignty and immunity from its own laws. Why should I give the state, or any of us give the state, children?
So I've never asserted that we need to have children for the state. In fact, my reasons for having children are a bit different. I think it's really valuable to have families, to have legacy, not only for the reasons that the Bible outlines, but also because it is rewarding. For instance, like my father didn't really want to have kids, right? And now he loves the heck out of me. He's like, he's so happy that he had me. And even if you're looking at it from a secular basis, children provide things that you might even find value, even if you don't believe in the God-given purpose of having families. For instance, children can teach you things about yourself. They can give you more responsibility. They can shape you as a person. They give some people purpose in life. Most people, in fact, that I've asked that are parents, find purpose in having children. And from a strictly selfish position, children take care of you in some instances. They provide valuable members of society to support you. Like for you, for instance, you're not going to have children, right? And if you don't have children, and for God forbid, your partner or a person that you're in a relationship with were to pass away, you're basically relying on the state or on privatized healthcare, right? That's something that you need an actual human to be in a position to fill in order to provide you with that care. Without humans, that just doesn't happen, right? You just get kind of left off to run away. So I think there's many reasons to have kids, and I don't accept your position that there's suffering, because I don't think anybody can really predict how a human life is going to turn out.
Well, if I was no longer able to take care of myself, I would not want to rot and waste away. I would want the right to mate. But you just said that being like parenting is so rewarding. This I know parents receive all these benefits at their children's expense. It does enrich their life. They do self-actualize at their children's expense. They do get meaning out in their lives. And yet, what did what does the child get out of it? Because there's so much value that parents extract from their own children, and yet there's not even a duty for parents. There is no forced airships, not in America. There is no duty to leave your children with an inheritance. I'm not saying that I mean, not everybody's wealthy, but to the extent that you actually have wealth, you don't have to leave that wealth to your children, even though you extracted all this, even though they're supposed to be your legacy, your continuity, and yet you're going to die and just give your money to somebody else. It's unilateral extraction where children have to exist in order to benefit and enrich their parents, but you don't get anything out of it. Your parents, they rented you, they took care of you temporarily, they gave you the so-called gift that you have to maintain yourself. And many of them drop the ball when it comes to that too, because they don't even provide you with adequate life skills. They don't have a family trade. They don't teach you anything about life. They sit you in front of television, let you figure out, drop you off in public school, and you practically raise yourself. And yet they got all this social validation. They got their esteem needs. They got somebody to control and to abuse. Someone to carry on their legacy. And what did you get out of this? Nothing. And by the way, by the way, my father is dead and gone. So he got what he wanted out of me, and now he's dead. And yeah, now here I am.
May he rest in peace.
And now I'm stuck with the life that I didn't want. He gave his money to his sister. And I think
You're salty. You're upset with how things happen. You're upset with how things have turned out for you in life, and now you think for some reason that gives you the justification to say like all human beings stop procreating. Is that what I'm understanding
that's
correctly?
not true. What I told you earlier is that I was against procreation at the age of 13, and I reached that position from reading the Bible before, and now I'm no longer Christian. But that was the basis for me becoming an anti-natalist before I even knew about anti-natalism. Because I didn't want anybody to die and go to hell.
Your brain isn't fully formed at 13, though.
No, but my reasons changed. Originally, I didn't want anybody to die and go to hell. Now, I realize that hell is on earth, and I don't want anybody. So the position has remained the same. It's just justifications have changed. They have evolved. They're a lot more sophisticated than when I was 13.
Okay, so they haven't really changed. So I don't really think that. So yeah, I understand there's going to be families where people do not provide for their kids, but let's look at like just the average age of caregiving, right? Parents do have an obligation, right? Otherwise, it's child abandonment to take care of their children from the age of 0 to 18, right? Most parents, although there are some exceptions, become infirm in their 80s, 70s sometimes, right? And the average age of most human beings is, I think it's like in the late 80s for men and early 90s for women nowadays. It might even be earlier than that. So that seems to me like it's the same amount of time put in terms of a caregiver role on both ends.
Really? No,
yeah.
No. What? I think you're looking at this wrong. They're not just creating a child; they're creating a complete human being. Yes, they took care of you at 18 until the age of 18, but first of all, that wasn't all care. A lot of us experienced real abuse during those formative years, and then after that, they push you out into the world so you can fend for yourself. So you spend 80 plus years suffering, and then you ultimately die as a result of their decision to procreate. So it's not just the 18. You need to add another 60 plus years to that 18.
Sorry, thought we were talking about the amount of time that like you're caring for them versus them caring for you. Thought that's what we were talking about. I've already told you I reject your suffering premise. I don't think that it's like a valid concern.
Well, but if you procreate to have somebody take care of you in old age, which a lot of them do, I think that is justified also. And I don't think that they sufficiently, first of all, they have a duty to take care of you because they created you. So that's something that they voluntarily assume. They assume that responsibility. You did not consent to being brought into existence, so it's not the same. It's the asymmetry can't really be ignored. You
Do
chose.
we do things without consent though? Like for instance, like do we do like emergency medical procedures without consent to save someone's life?
Well, implied consent. I mean, I guess in law there's that, but no, I don't do things without consent. I don't.
I'm just saying generally, like, is it socially acceptable to do things without consent? Because we're talking about society, right? You're talking about human beings should stop procreating because consent is
Well,
not suffering.
not really for humans. I think for animals, like people do, like they may get their pets sterilized, so they may violate because animals can't give consent. But no, I don't think it is ever justified unless someone is unless someone is actually incompetent. I think
Right.
consent.
Mentally,
I mean, but I guess the problem is that there should be a presumption of competence. The way the law works is almost as if we're presumed to be incompetent, that we can't do anything or make decisions, the most consequential decisions about our lives without the state. That the state has this paternalism where it has to interfere and step in and meddle. I just don't. Maybe it doesn't bother you to. I mean, as a man who, believe it or not, I know I'm not the most masculine person, but I am more of a Sigma. I don't like, besides sexually, I don't really like being dominated. And that includes the state. I don't like.
I don't want to know about that, man.
Okay.
It's good. We're good.
But I don't like
know
being
about your
dominated.
insecurities
I don't
in the
like
bedroom,
somebody
okay?
telling me what to do. I don't like it. I don't like anybody having authority over me. And it doesn't matter if you're a judge, a police officer. I don't consent to any of it. And the fact that it benefits society does not make me feel better. So when a police officer is pulling me over with a gun on his hip and I'm being harassed, I feel that that is completely unjustified. Maybe you think that it is. Maybe you think that I should starve because I didn't get a license from the state to get permission to earn a livelihood. And I'm sure you support occupational licenses, right? You're not an anarchist.
Yeah, I have one.
Right.
I have one. I have a regulatory body, yes.
I don't even want to get into that because I know you don't want to talk about your personal life, but I just listened to you talk about your restricted license. I don't support that. I think that anybody who wants to hire you should have every right. They should have a right to counsel of choice without any interference from the state. We can have a whole debate about that, but I guess we're pretty much done. But no, I don't support occupational licenses. I think the state should step out and leave you alone to do whatever.
That's to protect the public. That's
right,
to protect
because
the public, right?
because they're
People need to be
incompetent.
qualified to do their job.
Because they want to be perpetual children, because they're too stupid to make their own decisions. We must all lose our freedom. How does that work?
So that you don't. Okay, in a medical sense, right? It's especially like I understand my legal license is like, you know, like it's just fighting over money, but like a doctor has a specific license and goes through specific training so that they don't unalive you on the operating table, right? There's a reason for restrictions that the government and regulatory bodies impose.
If I want to hire a crackhead off the street to perform brain surgery on my brain, I should have every right to do that. By the way, it was the American Medical Association that lobbied. First of all, they gave themselves a monopoly during the 1930s, just like the American Bar Association lobbied to give attorneys their monopoly. And then once they got their monopoly, then they said, well, we need to protect doctors. So now we need to lobby to criminalize medical assistance in dying because doctors they have a Hippocratic oath to do no harm. Wait a minute, but you gave yourself a monopoly and now you're going to act like you're the victim because no one else but you can provide that service. How does that work? So it doesn't lead to liberation. It leads to more control and freedom. We lose our rights because other people are incompetent to make decisions for themselves. It's completely self-serving. And by the way, there medical professionals who want to provide that service. The American Medical Association.
You said crackheads.
Well, I'm talking about natural rights, but even within your framework where the state licenses professionals, there are doctors who would like to provide that service, but they can't because they would lose their medical license and they would be thrown in prison. So the American Medical Association isn't representing those doctors.
Is there a reason for that, though?
I'm sorry?
Isn't there a reason for that?
Well, yeah, there is a reason, because they want to extract, because they make more money. Even if you are on your deathbed, they can give you palliative care. They make so much money keeping you alive and keeping you suffering than if you were allowed to just go. So they don't want you to go. They want to prolong your life, prolong your suffering, because it protects their profits. And that's all they really care about. It's not about caring for the patient. They don't give a shit about the patient.
Prove it. Prove it.
I did. Well, if you're familiar with my channel, I went through the amicus curiae of the Glucksberg case, where the American Medical Association filed an amicus brief explaining line by line their justifications for opposing the legalization of medical assistance in dying. So if you're interested in proof, you can either listen to that live stream or you can research the amicus curiae for Glucksberg versus Washington.
Well, why can't you explain it right here?
I just told you what it is. They said that they have an interest in protecting their. First of all, it's so complicated, but that lost the.
It's so complicated. You wouldn't understand, AVG.
No.
Tiny little female brain.
It's just going to take so much time. Let me give you the condensed version.
Okay, well, is it not possible that the reason that they don't support medical assistance in unaliving is because there's like concerns with respect to consent and individuals?
Well, you asked me a question. You asked me a question, so let me answer. There were doctors who actually wanted to assist someone in terminating their lives, but the state sued them and to prevent those doctors from doing it. And then the American Medical Association filed an amicus curiae supporting the state's position. And this is the same thing that happened to Dr. Kevorkian. Dr. Kevorkian was in prison for 7 years and he lost his medical license because he assisted people in terminating their lives. So this is the tyranny that I'm talking. This is the very tyranny that you support. You are a very violent woman, unfortunately. I wish you would stop being so violent. If being violent means not wanting to let people end their lives over
but we 6 minutes 48 seconds. Go ahead, guys.
I support that statement. I'll be violent.
She can take it. She's not offended. She you know.
Bro, I got the wait till you guys see my horrible questions after this. Go ahead.
But when you first of all, every law is an act of violence. When you vote, that is an act of violence. You're basically deploying. You're using the state to deploy violence on your behalf. So it's not the police officer that is inflicting violence. It's the public that is doing it. The public is responsible for everything that the state does. And most of these policies, the public actively supports it. It's not like they're innocent bystanders who don't know what's going on.
Okay, so when Renee Good was unalived this past winter, right? Because she used a 3,500-pound weapon to charge that police officer.
Right.
That was my fault, not Renee Good, for being a dumbass.
Are you serious right now? This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's every man for himself. People don't give a shit.
No, she used a vehicle as a weapon. She
did not use her vehicle as a weapon. She was trying to flee, and he shot her after she was already well past him. And of course, he gets immunity. He gets off, but your eyes.
27 seconds. Let's not get into that. Let's keep it on the topic, and we're gonna do closings.
It's just so funny how they don't see the state violence. They look right past it because whatever the state does is always right. You're always wrong. And this is the very violence that the public supports. So you just said my point.
Total straw man, by the way.
Listen, we got 5 minutes, right? Keep going, but You're lucky you're not reading chat. I
Okay.
almost raged but 17 times.
I don't read
But-
chat when I debate. It's unprofessional.
But that's the point that I'm trying to prove, that she would not have the right to terminate her own life, but the state could actually do it in cold blood and get away with it. So you don't own your life. You don't have disposal rights. The state has exclusive disposal rights. You must suffer and die. You must languish and just wither
The
away.
state doesn't mandate suffering. No, the state doesn't mandate suffering. Where in the
Well-
Constitution does it say you must suffer? Thou must suffer at the hands of the evil imperialists. Where does it say that?
I think democracy is so. I think democracy is the most violent political system ever devised. And
What's
so
the alternative?
Well, anarchy.
Anarchy. So a state where, like, your complaint is that it's every man for himself. So you want to institute a society where it is literally every man for himself. You're like,
That's
hey,
not what anarchy is.
enough.
And
Let's just go
anarchy
full,
is,
full
would be
assets.
no, anarchy would be a system of voluntarism and mutualism, and you would actually have a real social contract where everybody in that society actually agreed to it.
There's no contract.
Not a social
It's
contract.
anarchism. Okay, let's go to the definition of anarchy. Can we please do that?
Really?
Merriam-Webster?
No, but it's about how society is
Yes.
structured. It's not vertical, it's horizontal. So you can still have laws. It just would not be top down.
Okay, I would like to bring this up, if I may, 10th man.
Well, I'm an authority on anarchy. I am.
Oh, you do what you do. It's three. Oh, yeah, of course.
I'm
yeah.
the resident
You didn't even have it up
anarchist.
yet, but yeah.
I've written a whole book on
Go ahead.
anarchy.
Or political disorder
That is not
absence.
authoritative. If you want to know what anarchy means, then you need to go to the philosophers who created the philosophy. You can't go to Webster's dictionary.
Why not?
I mean, because they're not the authority. They're well.
Sorry, it's not a valuable, it's not a recognized source.
No, you need to go to the primary source. That is a secondary source. The primary source would be the philosophers who created the philosophy of anarchy.
Who's that?
Well, that would be Proudhon. That would be, what's his other's name? Kropik. That would be, what's her name? I'm trying to remember her name. Gosh, I can give you a list of anarchists. Emma Goodman, or is it Goldman? It's Emma Goldman.
Who made them the authority? Who's providing this authoritative standard here?
2 minutes.
Because they're the founding fathers and founding mothers of anarchy.
Says who? You? Says
No,
you?
because first of all, if you coin the term anarchy, it's safe to say that you are an anarchist. Bakunin, that's another one. Research Bakunin. So if you coin the term, then that makes you to turn.
Look it up, bro. Trust me, bro.
Just like Benatar is the authority on antinatalism. He's not the only authority, but he is the primary authority on antinatalism.
According to you.
No. Okay. Let me just ask you. Let me just rephrase it. According to the people who follow the philosophy, according to the antinatalists, Schopenhauer and Benatar are the primary authorities on antinatalism. The primary authority on anarchy for anarchists is Bakunin and Emma Goldman and these philosophers that I just named.
This is like
So
this is
just like if I were to tell you that Satan is the authority on Christianity, no, you would say Jesus is, right? You are the Christian, so you get to decide who's the authority on Christianity.
No, the church decides who's the authority.
Okay,
Not
but
me. I'm a woman. Remember?
oh, you actually agree with that the woman should be silent. You are an anti-feminist.
Submissive to her man and to her father and to the church and to her priest. Yes. God.
I'm not even
husband,
going to go there.
Wife.
I'm not
Children.
going to go there because I consider myself a feminist, and
Of course
I'm
you
not
do.
going- Of course,
male
you're
feminist,
not.
guys. We got one. I got it.
Boys and girls. That was a really good. I think you guys both did really, really awesome. I'm shocked. So since he went first as the affirmative, do you want to go first as the closer, or what do we do?
So I'm technically the first in the normal debate format, unless he has an objection to it, in which case I'll let him do his thing. But technically I'm the negative, so
LA?
he gets the last word.
You good with that? She goes first with her closing, then you finish up.
That's fine.
So, is it 5 minutes, Beth? Shake your head, yes or no. 5 minutes. All right, good. Go ahead, guys. Go right ahead, Paige. First word, AVG.
All right. So what a debate, guys. All I heard throughout the context of the debate was suffering has been bad for people, ergo end all lives. Who cares about the advancements that humanity has provided and can provide in the future? We know that everybody can suffer, and even a mosquito bite would be sufficient for one to rebuke their ability to live and exist in this beautiful world and to make beautiful memories and to make beautiful families. Is well, that's just too much of a burden to bear, and we should just send the asteroid right now. My opponent provided little to no statistics. To be fair, we didn't really get statistics on my end either, but it was a whole bunch of nothing. This guy's the authority, this woman's the authority, and let me tell you about the Bible, even though I don't have a spiritual father or a church. I mean, this is just rich. This is just the typical things that I expect coming from the anti-natalist community. They're not sending their best representatives. And I really wish that they would, because, there's probably an argument somewhere, but I haven't heard it. By current anti-natalist standards, we should just end any kind of suffering. If a person, stubs their toe, perfect. That's of itself is a reason to actually continue procreating. It negates the mosquito bites. It negates all these other minor things. And regardless of what he says about his own personal, God sent profit on the matter, I don't really think that there's a proportionality argument to be advanced here. It's a whole lot of complaining. It's a whole lot of whining, and there's really no justification at the end of it. The only thing that I can agree with my opponent on closing this out is that bitches be crazy, that some people shouldn't have children, and that as a whole, human enrichment is only possible if we allow humans to exist. And with that, I thank 10th for moderating, thank Beth for hosting, and thank Life Abolition for stepping up to the debate podium. Thank you all.
All right, we'll reset the clock. Now.
Well, she said that life is beautiful, and I'm sure that it is beautiful for her, and I'm sure that it is beautiful for the other breeders of the world whose happiness seems to be derived from at other people's expense. Now, she said that I didn't provide any statistics. I actually did provide the most meaningful statistic, which is that there's not a single person on the planet who ever consented to being brought into existence. That is the only statistic that is relevant. That is the only statistic that should guide your ethical principles. Society and parents do benefit from procreation, yet they don't pay for it. It comes at your expense. This so-called gift is a gift that you have to pay for. You didn't consent to any of the suffering, whether it's the mosquito bite, whether it is getting a tumor, whether it's getting blown up, or being a Holocaust victim, or being a slave. You did not consent to any of it. All suffering is foreseeable, but of course they have this optimism bias where they only want to focus on a positive. Why? Because they're focusing on their opportunity to extract. These people don't have any empathy. And what's more, they actually are the cause of the suffering. They're the very cause of the misery that you experience in life. They literally make everybody's life a living hell because they don't even want to correct the very institutions they support. They support democracy, yet they do support the violence that is inflicted by the state. They don't want these state actors to be held accountable. They support sovereign immunity, qualified immunity. The state can actually blow your brains out in broad daylight, and they actually support it. They think it's funny. I mean, you literally heard this discussion, right? Renee, good, or yeah, and so what it comes down to is that these people don't have any empathy. They don't have empathy for their own species, for their own children. And so it is every man for himself. And so because it is every man for himself, you should put yourself first. You should not sacrifice yourself, and you should not sacrifice your potential offspring. You should not allow yourself to be extracted by the status, by these life enslavers. You should be the least productive citizen you can possibly be. Don't allow them to extract from you. As long as you are useful and beneficial to society, they will never support your right to medical assistance in dying. As long as you're a good person who contributes, yes, they want you here. And they're going to continue to pump out more people to suffer and die. Now, I'm not an atheist, so I'm not sure.
You got 2 minutes, LA.
I'm not sure why she said that I'm calling for the annihilation. At least not. I call for the phasing out of the human species, which is David Benatar's position. I don't call for an atomic bomb being dropped on the planet. I don't think any suffering on this earth is justified. The mosquito bites, none of it. The state oppression. And in terms of proportionality, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you're talking about the mosquito or not, because you didn't consent to any of it. So none of it is justified regardless of proportionality. The proportionality is that, or the asymmetry is that they extracted, they benefited, society benefited, parents benefited. You pay all the costs. If you look at my book, The Life Slaves Ledger, what it shows is that you paid all of these costs for your involuntary existence. You have to work. You have to pay taxes. They got all these benefits. They got all these benefits at your expense, and they don't care. They don't think they should have to pay. So I think the breeders of the world, the people who don't support MAID, they should have to pay. Not the state, but they personally should have to pay out their own pocket, because they are keeping you here against your will, and they should have to pay for the benefits they receive at your expense.
You good?
I'm good.
30 seconds. All right. Let's kill that. So, LA, thank you very much for coming. Both of you guys did freaking awesome. I was worried about this at one point there, and I'm like, this is so good. I'm amazed by this. So now I'll say this is AVG is a little short on time. I have some questions, but LA, are you also short on time?
No, I'm good. I mean,
okay, because I'll save your questions until later on if I get to them, if that's okay. Like, I'm just going to try to make this quick. I was going to take 20 or 30 minutes, but we were running late and everything, and so I'm going to try to compress this into like 10 minutes or less between the two of us. So I'm going to go with LA first. I just want to ask a couple questions, but first I've got a question for both of you. I want to ask Paige first. Sorry, AVG first. I'll try not to do that again. I'm very sorry. AVG, have you ever been in a predicament throughout your
not as an adult, but as a child, yes. Yes, we did have our electricity turned off.
So that's just to set a point here right now. LA, I'm going to go with you first. Or sorry, I'm going to go with AVG first. Just a couple quick things here. So what I think LA is trying to get through to you, and this stuff from me and you, not each other, right? Is like, once a person is born, why is their obligation to take part in society by force, such as schooling and have a social security number? Isn't that kind of like the mark of the beast?
There isn't. You can live off the grid.
No, in order to.
Well, then how do people live off,
like when you want to?
how do people live off the grid then?
You don't go off the grid and also not have any ID or anything like that. Like if you go out in a van, I might not get to other questions. This might take up the whole 5. I should set the timer for me, out of respect for the people. So, like if you and your husband want to live in a van, you guys are just driving around.
It depends if there's a
No,
legitimate
will happen.
violation. So
Like
you have to
irrelevant.
prove child neglect or
Nope.
abandonment of the criminal
Nope.
code.
Nope. If you can't prove those are your kids, they can take those kids.
Okay, that's a different argument. Yeah, obviously, if you're with kids and
Right.
you can't,
So you can't show ID, you can't prove who you are, you've now raised their suspicions, they can take those kids by force. You get that, right? So what you say, I just want, because I've seen the videos online about it, right? Like I followed these stories for years, and it happened to a friend of mine, and he had ID and all that stuff. It just, that's what it means. I can understand where LA is coming from, but trust me, I got some stuff to do. So now, skip that. Yeah, and then another thing about like, with the finding babies in the womb thing, right? And him saying that, you know, to prevent harm or whatever. Like, isn't that pretty much the same as like a woman having a double mastectomy? That she knows that every woman in her family had cancer, and she just does it to prevent having to go through that? Isn't it pretty
Sorry,
much the same
how
thing?
is abortion not the same as a double mastectomy?
I'm saying she's trying to prevent future harm, right? And so she's getting it done even though she doesn't have any problems right now. She's pretty sure that she's going to have problems. So I've seen people do this, right? And then, so why is that different? Just because it's a different life?
Because yeah, one affects you yourself, and the other one affects like
I
possibly.
understand.
Yeah.
I'm going to go through this fast, Beth. Let's see here. Because I don't disagree with you on that. I'm just trying to nail down a couple points here, right? Yeah, and so as per his vasectomy comments, right? Like it may not be the same everywhere, but I know a person that I know in my personal life, and many other people, like they won't give you a vasectomy until you're a certain age. Right.
Yeah,
so once again, you're asking permission from the state of your own body, but then it's my body, my choice. But those people don't care about that. Anyway, we won't get into that. Yeah. So, like, can you not understand? Like, what,
So
I wrote that. Sorry. Go ahead.
So as long as you need somebody else to do a certain thing for you, be it an abortion, a vasectomy, tube tying, if you will. Tubal ligation, I think, is the professional medical term for it. As long as you need somebody else to do that, and in Canada, obviously, you need to do that through normally the public health. Your husband's, I give him a vasectomy. I could, if I could theoretically do it, I could tie my own tubes, right? The issue is like you need somebody else to do it, so you don't have control over something you need somebody else to do for you.
All right, and so I'm just gonna. I've got a minute left, but I'm gonna make this really fast, and I'm just gonna put it right to the end of what I just had to say to you. Is like, listen, I get it, dear. I got to argue both sides of this to the two different sides, right? The affluent and the people who have, and then I also have to talk to the people who don't have. And I have to argue with both sides, right? So I get it, but like,
it's an interesting judging or moderating.
Really, I see more compassion from LA than I do from you.
Interesting,
right? Because like you believe that somehow, like you didn't acknowledge his did you put the poll up?
Yes, the poll.
Okay, because I'm going to do LA,
Yeah.
and then we'll run the poll.
I've had a poll running in the chat since closing statements started, and I've got some questions to run off of you. But as soon as we're good with the poll, I'll drop the link out there too. I know some people are probably going to want to ask you questions before you take off. AVG.
For fuck's sakes, you guys get me all worked up to this AVGs. All right, so just because like it didn't acknowledge that they're like, because he was saying, like, you know, when these people's lives are never ending nightmare, how can you not have compassion for that?
He used to example people getting a mosquito bite 10th. Did you know that part?
But he's being extreme. I get that. Yeah.
Are you capable of Madame Cleo going to reach her down?
Because I used to think like him. I used to think exactly like him. So I'm also just do LA while we finish up the poll, and then we that way. And, so LA. Can you not understand that if you have a kid, that could actually have a great life and not have any of the suffering that you described at all?
Well, but I don't think the risk is justified because yes, they could, but the risk is so great. And even if they do have a great life, they're still not immortal. They're still going to die. They're still going to experience all kinds of hardship. The potential, it's just like what Sheffrin said. That's one of the sources that I gave her. She's like, if Wealthy drops gold bars on this island, and yes, Wealthy was trying to help people, but if one of those gold bars actually injures somebody, Wealthy is still responsible because even though he was trying to give them some gold, that gold actually injured that person. They suffered as a result. So yes, you gave them the gold, but you still owe them for the injury that you caused.
So though I understand where you're coming from, someday we'll maybe get to the points that. So, like you say that hardship and pain are negative, but with your type of way of thinking, is there really a negative or a positive in anything? Because like, do we die when a flower dies in the fall?
Well, the flower is not sentient. So yes, the flower is beautiful. And I don't think that you
And say, that's so beautiful. They're playing with like a dog and it's like so cute.
You know what? To answer your question, I look back at my childhood photos where I was so innocent and I didn't know anything about life.
Yep.
And I do grieve over that child who didn't know anything, who experienced so much suffering because that child was so beautiful, and now this person is suffering as a result of my parents wanting a beautiful child.
I can tell you and I need to talk more about. See, you are falling for the same trap that I have been talking about lately. You're looking at a problem that's organic and applying a mechanical solution, and that's not how it works, right? So just think about that now. Try to get right through this.
Well, because you have to preempt it. Once they're here, there's really I know every parent says they want to protect their child, but there's really nothing you can do. They try to, yes, every tragedy. You look at these kids who get shot, or they get some type of rare illness. Yes, the parents maybe they thought they had good intentions, but they were not ultimately in control.
Yeah.
They want to play God, but they don't have God-like power.
No, these are very complicated things that I'm trying to just break down really quick. So, I was going to say, how do you stop me? Or is that working towards the goals that you have?
Well, I think that's part of the problem, that they want to sacrifice you for the state, and that's part of the reason that they procreate, so that you, for all of these
No, but I'm
societal
asking.
benefits. I do think they're bad because most of these words are not even for defense. I think a lot of people would be willing to die to protect their family and their communities. But when you're just dying for these corporations and these centralized
Yeah.
banking systems, it's completely unjustified. These are not even defensive words. They're words of aggression. And we're not even fighting to protect our own country. We're fighting to protect other countries.
That I do and have endured, it pales in comparison to all the good that I've done. Right? So that's what life is actually about, just FYI. And then you say consent must be given and made should be decriminalized and be given. Then should we protect a child from harm if given the chance?
Well, you should protect a child from harm by telling people not to procreate.
No, I'm saying if you see a child about to be run over, would you jump up and run over and grab it to stop it, or does it matter?
Well, no, that I'm assuming that child, there's implied consent in that situation. I don't think there. I mean, to go back to what you said to her about abortion, these pro-choice, these anti-choice advocates, they act like they're speaking on behalf of the unborn because the unborn can't speak for himself or herself. But now that you're here, now that you are a competent adult, they still want to speak on your behalf. They still want to take away your rights because this is not about protecting the innocent. This is about control. They want to impose their will on you through the state.
I understand. I do. Yeah. So you would stop the child from getting run over?
Yes, because I'm assuming that child.
I'm trying to humanize you, sir. I think this is why you chose me. Right? This is why you wanted me to do this. So that's what I'm doing. Now, the only thing I saw this a lot in chat too, and this is where I, critique you, right? Is you were using like a social contract.
No,
So, though I do understand why you think the way you think and everything, right? Because before I met my husband, I felt the same way. And this chat has made me feel the same way. I don't even want to be here. I regret doing this because of what I've read in chat. You understand? From people that I've known for 2 years. Some of the most horrible things. So that's all I had to say to you, is just that, like, I do understand. But once you find something that you love, you will think differently. Anyway, take it over, Beth. It's your show now.
Did you, can I respond or?
Yeah, of course. I'm at steam after reading this chat.
First of all, you do find a person you love, and then you get your heart broken. So that's the whole thing, where suffering is the baseline. But to get to your former point about the social contract, no, what I reject is Locke's theory on the social contract, that our rights come from the social contract. I embrace Rousseau's theory that we form a state, a social compact, to protect our natural rights. Our rights don't come from the state. We have pre-political natural rights, and we enter a social contract so that we're not in a state of nature in which we are in a war against all. So if the state is not protecting our rights and we actually still have to defend ourselves, then the state is a parasite, where we're paying taxes and we're obeying and being compliant with a parasite who does not actually do anything for us.
Take it, Beth.
So everybody, I've had a poll running in the chat. I'm going to give it just a couple more minutes here. Then I'm going to go ahead and drop a link, and we'll open up the panel. Currently, I'm the only actual parent that's up here, and I want to really, really say that, unless there is a defect in your thinking and in your morality. The vast majority of us, the second we become parents, it's all about, we cease to exist. It's I don't think parents should necessarily be held, be criticized for that. And sometimes tough love is freaking called for.
Okay, you want me to respond to that, or is that?
It quickly, it's not about what the kids can do for us. That's the most minute moment of life. The vast majority of life is all about what we do for our kids.
Okay, well, according to the case law, the parent-child relationship, your duty as a parent, your primary duty is to prepare your children for their duties and responsibilities to the state. I'm not making this up. I actually cited this in my book. So you're creating a responsible, law-abiding citizen. It's not even so that they can have a happy life, or no, you're literally creating a slave for the state.
I don't look, working and being productive is part of existence, I think, for everybody. I don't live to work until we die. I mean, there's a lot of joy to be found in there, and I get what you're saying. Don't meet that duty, I can be charged for it. What I'm saying to you is, just because the kid turns 18 does not mean that we stop being parents.
Then why do so many parents disinherit their children when they die? Like, why are they not leaving their wealth to their children?
Why any parent does or doesn't do something,
But
like
that's what
that.
I'm talking about, a mechanical
There's
problem with
usually something that's
mechanical fixes for organic problems, right? That's what
exactly.
And
So,
not only that, when a child turns 18,
an unhealthy mindset and an unhealthy future.
and then when
Yeah,
a
we're done
child
with
turns
my question.
18, they can't wait to kick them out the door.
More often than not, those same kids that go their way at 18 come home understanding why it happened and turn around and go through a very similar process being a parent.
But I don't know if we're open to the panel or whatever's happening.
Yep. I'm dropping the link right now, and
but
I
just
do.
before
I don't expect anybody to agree with me. They're probably all going to attack me.
Well, LA, I'm kind of on your side to a point, right? So this is the thing, like ABG. Do you not agree that the child welfare system in Canada is I do know a little bit about it because, like, I had a couple different girlfriends that lived in halfway houses. Now that was a while ago, but I can't imagine it's better. And like, just if you have thousands of children that grew up in these group homes, right? Because I had numerous girlfriends that grew up in group homes. My friends had, because we had numerous group homes in around there near like, and I don't ever see like if your daughter is taken out of your house because you had inappropriate behavior with her when she was like 14 or 15 or something like that, and that guy never has a criminal charge, they just take you out of there and put you in a group home, that's a very serious problem. Right? But these are the type of agreements that our legal system allow to happen. So
because they're not really your children, they're the
right, where I do understand your points on a lot of this stuff, AVG. You're leaving out the fact that some of these children are literally born and treated like a piece of livestock.
Some.
And that, but okay, but that's where I'm saying where the lack of compassion that I see from
should
a lot
all
of people.
suffer for the sins or the
Yes.
experiences of the few?
Yes. Yes, you most certainly should. You should not be able to just turn a blind eye and benefit from that horrible nightmare of hell and just go, well, at least it ain't me. Because then, when there's too many people that bad things have happened to, that's where we are in society now. People say, oh, why do these people do these horrible things in society? Because horrible things were done to them for 20-something years. Why would they change? Well, you expect them to not be a product of their environment. It's ridiculous. Anyway, that's all I'm saying.
So you misunderstood what I said. I said, so should many suffer for the issues of the few?
Yes.
Okay, so we should just stop producing kids because there's a chance of
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
it kind of sounds like that's what you're saying.
No, because he's an extreme. Like maybe he wouldn't have that type of mentality if there were actually repercussions for parents who didn't raise their children properly. If you have parents and your whole family makes enough money for everything, but they spend all their money on booze and crap, and then your life really isn't nearly as good as it could have been, those people should be held responsible for that. And if they're not, then why would a person give a F about any of you people?
I don't disagree. I just don't think that necessitates us stopping people from procreating.
Thank you. I got you, Sass.
But do you think the minority of us should suffer so that society can benefit from? That's the part I don't understand.
I would argue that the majority suffers for society. That's kind of the point of the majority.
Right. So we're just sacrificial animals for everybody else's pleasure.
You are a peripheral consolidation consideration. You don't even really register high enough in the statistics to be counted as a statistic.
Exactly. So you don't care about us, so why should I care about society?
It's not that I don't care about you. It's that society has belittled you to a point that your suffering has no meaning to society itself.
Okay.
If there's
I realized that, and I realized that. That's how I came to this conclusion.
If there's a problem with the state, you fix that. Okay, society as a group will move together much easier than freaking, if the state's the problem, what the fuck are you even talking about? Why not fix that?
The point that I'm trying to get to is that even if I agree with every single premise that you give me, I still don't find it convincing to stop reproduction as a state operation.
The state doesn't care because the people don't care. It starts at the root.
Oh, so then,
like I said,
you would rather poison the root than fertilize the tree and have something great?
They just want to throw you out to the wolves.
Yes, that's what you're doing. You're poisoning the root.
They don't care. They have no empathy. And they're the cause of the problem. Everything that the state does is with their consent.
Then you change the state. We as a group exercise, we have the force doctrine against the few to make the rules should we choose to. If the problem is the state, you fix the state. You do, so that the tree can flourish. You don't poison the root of the fucking tree.
You change the state by changing the people. That's why I'm taking my case directly to the people. I don't need to go to the state. I don't need to file a lawsuit. I need to debate people on YouTube.
And by doing so, what you're talking about is stop having people and poison the root. So there is no tree to change the state.
That's actually
Dismantle the
his
state.
entire opinion is there shouldn't be enough people around for there to be a state.
Right. Demographic collapse.
Yeah, he's an accelerationist of the highest order. I've talked to him a couple of times, and it's, I mean, it's what it is.
If you're worried about pain, right, and suffering, then why would you endorse abortion? Because you do understand that's pain to the fetus, right? The baby.
Well, it mitigates. It cuts it off at the pass so that they don't. I mean, it's barely sentient. Maybe they'll. I would rather. Let's put it like this. I wish I was aborted. How about that?
Babies aren't humans.
I wish I was aborted. That's why I support it.
I used to before I found my husband. I feel you.
He, this gentleman here I think, and I've listened to him a lot. Then correct me if I'm wrong. Life abolitionism. But I listened. I want to prove to you that I listened to you when you were talking. I was just poking. Having major overarching legal anything. There should be a small enough population that they can deal with everybody personally. Am I about right?
Well, yeah, we definitely should procreate below replacement rate. I think this is not really sustainable. Not in a way that is organically sustainable. There's a lot of consequences for the hormones and food and pesticides and the way food is produced, and it leads to more authoritarianism too, because you need a state to manage the limited resources. You need housing regulations. We all have to be crowded in these skyscraper apartments. Eventually, it's going to get even more dystopian. Eventually, they're going to start.
Wait. If you have three people, okay, that is not enough hands to accumulate what you need to survive. And even with three people, you're going to make rules, aka laws, in order to control each other's conduct so you can trust one another, so that you don't knife me in my sleep for my piece of bread. Come on.
Right. So it's an appeal to necessity. It's an appeal to necessity because people can't protect themselves. We all must lose our freedom to protect you and your children.
What are you? Say that again.
You just said you need the state to protect you. I mean, and it's like
no.
Under the Second Amendment, you have a right to form a private militia. That's what the whole Second Amendment was about. But nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to actually defend themselves. They want to rely on the state and give the state a monopoly.
That the state embeds officers into every militia across the U.S. And so inevitably they end up in control of those militias. And so it becomes a by proxy shadow organization of the federal government, because every single one of the leaders is literally wearing a dog watch, a pair of fucking Oakleys, and a pair of Congo pants. It is disturbing how similar these men are.
But we were never supposed to have...
Sorry, real quick, housekeeping. If you're going to come up on panel, please at least watch your camera behind the scenes. Once I see that you're a human being and you're not going to prawn bomb us, you can turn your camera off and I will add you to the stage. Thank you very much. I apologize for the interruption.
What's up?
We were never supposed to have a standing police force and a standing military. They formed Minutemen to defend the Revolutionary War. I don't know how the government became so powerful, where the state is just
you ever
everywhere.
Heard of John Paul Jones? That's how the government became so powerful.
Well, it's just their laziness. The reason why democracy doesn't work is because people are lazy. They don't want to think. They don't want to be responsible, and they want to put all the blame on some bureaucrat to say it's not my fault. It was that position.
You mean like somebody whining because they didn't get an inheritance?
What? No. You should get it. Your parents are the only people who are responsible. They are your creators. They literally created you out of nothing. So you are entitled to an inheritance.
Are they responsible to you forever?
I'm not talking about forever. I'm talking about when they die. If they have any property, for them to go out their way and give it to somebody else is completely egregious.
No, it's not. Not in the slightest bit.
After you have to
If I have I have two children.
Wait, but you said that
and-
I'm your legacy and I'm here because of you. I enrich your life. That is so rewarding. You
It's only if you act
so
right,
much.
bro. It's only if you act right. And if you're
you act
still at
right.
a single digit age when they steal all your inheritance, well, that's just the way things go because that's the legal system. But you know, you just get thrown into this, and you're just supposed to just take your beatings. That's what I've learned on YouTube. That all these people have been beat down so bad that they just want you to take your beatings and shut the fuck up.
What
As
that
a
really
parent,
means
it's
is
my
that
job.
you have to tolerate their abuse forever. And even if you tolerate it
No.
for the majority
Yes.
of your life, if you decide to go no contact, then they're going to disinherit you. Never mind the
Oh,
fact.
Yes.
Never mind the
taking
fact
all
that.
of-
Never mind the fact
Taking
that they
all of my
created a full human being that you still have to carry out the rest of your life. You may have another 50, 40 years to live, all as a result of their decision to procreate. So they're still responsible for that imposition, whether you maintain a relationship or not.
my job to raise my kids to a certain age. Now, let's say one of them wants to be a little entitled SOB that freaking needs to get tossed in to figure out how to be independent because someday I'm going to die and I'm not going to be there to bail them out. Once they figure it out, we're kosher, we're good. I'm going to do for that kid. If there's one kid who's maybe, you know, it's completely subjective as to who is going to get what. And if you don't get anything, well, shit, there's a lot of people who have nothing left to leave behind.
Right. Like,
So
if you changed your thrift, right, like what you believe in or whatever, to like advocating for children having more rights, right? Like if the parents don't like take care of the child properly, I believe in indentured servitude, right? Like if those parents, there should be a tribunal when that kid turns 18, and then if they should go to that tribunal, and if the parents effed up so bad, they get.
I want to ask Beth a question. Beth, if parents don't have any obligations to their children, why do we have an obligation to continue existing for their benefit? Why do we have to service their legacy to continue on their last name and so that they can extract, but we don't get anything in return?
I don't know what you're talking about because you don't have to. You can unalive yourself, and if you do it right, nobody's going to charge you.
Here we go.
You don't have to carry on my last name. You can go to the state. You can go to the state and change it anytime.
Wait. That's the whole
Hang on,
point.
AVG's on a time crunch. Hang on, hold your thought. Go ahead, AVG.
I want to ask her a question. Before
Yeah, I wanted to stay up, like, in case anybody had any questions for me, but it seems like most of you have questions for life abolitionism. I am very tired, didn't sleep well last night, so I'd like to accuse myself and go to bed if that's fine. I have to do some super chat readings on my own show, and then
We agree with me, please.
AVG, can I ask you a question before you leave?
yeah, of course.
Do you agree with the Human Rights Tribunal of Canada being able to take on and assess whether or not parents actually kept up to their parental roles when the child turns 18, and if not, then they get indentured servitude for the 18 years that they kept that kid in slavery?
Sure. I don't care about that.
All right.
That's fine.
Okay, and I have
Anybody else?
before AVG leaves.
Oh, you go ahead, and then I'm going to say goodbye to her before she runs off.
I don't do that. I'm
So
an
I just
upstanding person.
I wanted to ask, you talk about being a Christian person. So under Christian world, if you have a child who came to you and said, I'm transsexual, homosexual, do you believe in your right to disown them?
I wouldn't disown them. I couldn't do that personally.
Do you believe in your right to disown them? I'm not asking you personally if you would.
It would be I don't have any rights over that. That would be my husband's decision.
So do you believe in a family's right to disown a child if they are unsatisfactory to the parent?
If my husband decides to do that, that's his decision. That wouldn't be
So
mine.
you would stand by whatever decision your husband made.
Correct. I would.
LA's
the
point
thing is
entirely. That's where he's coming from, is this idea that parents have a right to bring you into the world, and then if they don't like you, just to cut you off.
Not until you're 18.
Hold on.
When you're an
How do you
That's
feel
adult.
about-
Bullshit. They treated us like crap when we were until we were 18.
And that's
You-
wrong. And that's
Okay,
wrong.
I
but
believe
they're
my
held
husband tried to do
responsible.
that.
Are they ever held responsible? No,
They should be.
but they aren't, and there's no legal system that can.
Yes, there is.
None.
And
No,
the
there's
problem
not.
is the application of it is fucked up. Look,
Yeah, and
look
then they
how
went
many
back the opposite way, and then
look
went
at how
to
many
free
kids
stuff.
have died in protective custody. Okay, I'm 1,000%.
That's what I was talking to
I
Paige
think
about.
the
Yeah.
system has failed drastically, and I think that morality is failing, and that is why we have so many kids being treated like shit. We don't stand up for morality anymore. We have no good foundation to build what kind of fucking parents we're going to be on anymore.
I'll be right back.
AVG, thank you very much for having this debate on my
Yeah.
channel. Thank you for staying awake. Thank you for everything. You've been amazing as always. I appreciate you, and I hope that you sleep well. And Clay,
Yeah, it's on my channel. It'll be at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6 p.m. PST. It's about mandatory comprehension tests for people that vote. It's on Horse Rash's channel, but I will be restreaming it, so check me out there. See how I do on voter reform, and it's the United States. So all these days, she's a Canadian. She doesn't know shit. Well, just watch me flex my American democratic knowledge. Thanks so much, Beth, for having me. 10, thanks for moderating. Life abolitionism is quite a tongue twister of a name. Thank you so much for debating me. I know that I'm kind of an interesting debater at some time. So thank you for being graceful and for hearing me out. And hope to do this again. Thank you all. Have a great evening. God bless.
Thank you too.
God bless. Also,
Right.
another little piece of housekeeping. Thank you, Ike, for the dono while the debate was running. You know what's interesting? I think that this. Let's see. No, you know what? We'll give you a funny. Let's go old. Which one? Which clip do we give them here? 10th.
You have to make a decision on the 10th minute.
Ryan. Okay, I got.
Wow! Go, Daddy, go!
Yeah, I like that.
I like that one too. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't know how to set a goal, 10th man. So you can either help me or you can leave
Oh,
me.
I think you need to be monetized. Like that. You need to be.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes. Conversation.
I mean,
I
you
Okay.
can
can
set a
set like
goal.
a regular.
Yeah.
Use the little ticker at the bottom and be like, here's the goal motivators. Cash in, cash out now.
if you hold it down for a second, I gotta go to the bathroom.
So I wanted to respond to Witchy Bitchy.
I got this.
From my understanding of Christian theology, that authority is delegated.
He's gone.
So even with actually be making the decisions based upon scripture. He also has a authority over him as well. But actually,
Yeah,
has-
but I understand 1,000% where Paige is coming from. Whenever I don't want to do something, I just go. My husband said no.
Well, you know, men do the same
Exactly.
things.
But
You've
I'm
got
just curious, how does the panel feel about a person's right to dispense with property the way they desire?
property is fine. Human beings aren't.
Dispense my property the way I see fit?
Okay, but what if the child was sole executive, like sole recipient of a will, right? And then the children is that because you're their grandchild, the children contest it through probate court. Because that happened to me.
That
Right.
wasn't just been said.
Three people to get all the money.
Wait. You're of the mindset that the child cannot advocate for himself?
At 4 years old,
Sure.
They don't
And
even
say
know
do
what's
a good
going
job.
on.
when I
A lot of
spoke
times
up, they took me out of the courtroom.
they don't find
So
out who
the
gets
silliness of
property
this-
until they're
The silliness of
saying,
the,
there's
the-
even-
hold on,
no,
the silliness of this argument is agency. Okay, agency within virtue and rights. So you, as an individual, have choice. You can make choices. Once you come out of the womb, you have full autonomy. Other than basic needs, you obviously need to be able to be fed and nurtured and that sort of thing. But you can crawl around, you can move your little arms and all that shit. So
Well, that's
agency, right?
beautiful. Do that again.
All that shit. A paradoxical position, because what he's saying is that these children do not have agency.
of course they don't.
And when I say agency, I do mean full agency at this point, right? Because the way that he's actually framing it is that if you don't have the right to choose life, then you also don't have agency. That is the way he is framing it.
Yes,
So
exactly.
That's where
I
he's
am.
losing me. Right,
Once
that's
you're
where you're losing me,
here,
because if you're talking about agency, you're talking about a person's ability to choose, but then you're also adding in the part about morality.
I don't know. I don't know how to respond to that. It's like a gazelle. The gazelle comes out of the womb, and from the moment it comes out, it's being chased by lions and cheetahs and hyenas. So yes, maybe the gazelle could learn to run faster, because if it goes the wrong way, makes the wrong turn, it's going to get eaten. Is that really a choice? I mean,
You're right. You can't.
I'm not sure. You're basically saying your choices. You have free will because you can choose between two bad options. Yes, I can choose to. What?
No, I didn't say two bad options. That's another example, not responding to my actual.
I know what you're trying. What you said. I'm trying to respond to the best of my ability, but I have no idea what you just said.
Requires no justice. So you're advocating on. It's done as soon as you say there is no justice in my position.
I still don't know what you're trying to say, but I'm going to respond
don't, 'cause
anyway.
you've never considered this. Yeah.
So
No, what my response would be. My response would be.
It does this to everybody.
My
at some
response
point.
would be that once life is imposed on you, justice is impossible.
Is
Well,
life
that's
not
silly.
It's the
opportunity?
original injustice that cannot be rectified. It is
Well, then where's
irremediable.
virtue in this? Where's virtue in this? Do you
There
understand
is
what
no
virtue is?
virtue. There is no virtue.
Well,
There is-
How become virtue? You have to have virtue to get justice. So you're saying
can't
there's
get justice.
no justice and virtue doesn't exist within your framework.
How do you get
There's
justice?
no morality. There's no ought.
How do you
Sir,
get
your
justice?
position is silly.
How do you get justice? How do you get your non-existence
It's a
returned to you?
paradox.
How do you get
It's a paradox.
even if you get your life terminated, it still doesn't address the suffering that you have already experienced. Justice is impossible.
Justice isn't okay. So that's a wild claim. Go ahead.
Okay,
but
then tell me. Tell me,
consideration.
tell
He
me how
says that
I can be compensated for all the suffering.
I can't hear
Right.
you, LA.
Tell me how I can be compensated for all the suffering I have experienced as a result of having life imposed on me.
Life is that gift, sir.
Well, you just said that. You just said it was absurd for me to say that justice is impossible. So tell me how it's possible.
Life.
Crickets.
There you go. Life. Life itself
No,
is how
life
it
is
made
no.
possible.
I want
Yes.
compensation
Yeah.
for life.
Look, okay, I'll give you the opposite. Okay, without life, justice is not possible. Does that make sense?
I want compensation for life. That's what I
Oh,
want.
you don't want to answer that. Okay, I got you. Yeah.
He wants
What you're saying
preparation.
makes no sense because I already answered your question. What I said is that
Life without justice makes no sense, sir.
Hey, Clay, don't cook him so bad, man. I
life
wanna get in
without
here.
justice makes no sense. No, life is injustice.
If that's
Sir.
the case, then why are you? I'm
I
sorry.
don't want to be here. That's the answer to your
Kraut, go
question.
ahead.
Okay,
Kraut.
wait. Let me,
Or would
let
you-
me stick up for LA a little bit because I've actually read his book.
We can barely hear you. I'm checking your mic.
It always is with you.
Just the way it is.
Everybody be quiet and mute up.
We
Go
spent
there.
hours on
For me, love.
I'll be quick so that people don't have to struggle to listen.
We
Let
wanna
me
hear
stick up
you.
for
We love
LA a little bit because I've read his book and I appreciate his point of view, although I don't agree with it wholly. A couple of things that people aren't taking into account. The first is if you try to take yourself out and you fail, our society punishes you. You end up with debt because you're institutionalized against your will if you're found out and you fail. And you end up a lot of times on forced treatment plans that you didn't agree to, and you have to pay for those too. And so you end up in a situation worse off than you were when you started if you manage to fail. And it's not most people who attempt fail. That's just a fact, at least once or twice before they're successful. Okay. The other thing that you guys aren't hearing him say is it's not about forcing other people not to have children. It's about convincing people that having and so a lot of the arguments here are about whether or not people should be forced not to procreate, and that's not part of his agenda, so to speak. So you're straw manning him, and he doesn't. He's just too courteous to call you out on it.
He created his own straw man. So you're telling me that we should reward failure?
What's failure? What do you? What?
No,
Hold on.
Failure.
I'm saying
Hold
what
on.
he believes in
I was
Clay.
talking muted.
is that he should
Clay.
have the option to pay someone to do it safely, so there isn't the risk of failure.
Yeah. So then we should
No.
reward failure. Failure
No,
in
Clay.
life.
Clay.
Wait. I disagree completely. Those who are convicted to do it are successful because
Yeah.
they think ahead.
I
they
agree
plan
with you,
ahead,
Beth.
And they ensure they don't just take half the bottle; they take the whole fucking thing. If you are
No.
convicted to do it, you will not fail.
Unless
I-
somebody shows up and sees you doing it and decides to be a hero and saves you.
Then you
There's
drive out.
easier
You
ways. What are
leave
you
your
like?
phone
What
at
are we
home and
doing here?
drive
Like,
out
there's
to the woods.
easy ways to do this.
No,
Okay, let's
Clay.
be real.
But no, we're not
Like,
going to talk about that. No, we're
without saying the thing.
yeah. But I saw you type that in the chat, right? So we're supposed to reward failure.
Yeah.
So, and I was like, oh god, so here we go.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
Participation trophies.
We do reward failure when it comes to banks, government.
I don't want that.
But I understand. See, how do you not understand that he's trying to tell you that this is an on-level playing field for most children, where only a very, very few do not go through life.
Can I respond, please? I would like to respond. The failure is not on the individual. The failure is on parents and society. They have failed that individual. They did not
Yes.
create a livable life for that person. They just let them out to fend for themselves. And you're trying to scapegoat that person for being a victim of society and
Right.
the parents.
No,
This
no,
is
no.
not
I
the-
would
this
push
is
back
not the
on
rule.
that.
This is the
But-
I
exception.
want to push
But
back
do
on
you
that.
not understand that he probably wouldn't have the
This is the
mentality he
exception.
does, and
The
I
exception
would
is not the rule, sir.
I want to push
probably
back on this.
real quick though, please. I wouldn't have my mentality, or he probably wouldn't have his, if the wage gap wasn't so big between our grandparents. See, they probably didn't have as many people that thought like us then. Do you understand? But where we don't have the same prospects that anybody else had, and then we have the majority of society going, just work hard. That's not how this works.
Look, that isn't, you're right. That's not how that works. But let me tell you something. All right. One of the most valuable things that I ever got from my parents was the encouragement and the push to take care of myself. I learned how to be independent, how to move in the world and make things work.
Okay.
Somebody else.
But-
I make it fucking work.
But everybody didn't get that. Everybody didn't get that. Some of us were
That's-
actually
that's the
sabotaged by our
Clearly,
parents.
some people were given.
Oh, what about those of us who were sabotaged by our own parents, who didn't want us to
The
succeed
exception.
because of their own narcissism?
So this is why I keep talking about you give examples. When you give the examples, you're talking about the exceptions. We all know that the exceptions are not the rule. Okay,
Correct.
everybody has hair. If a guy comes around and says that he doesn't actually have, like this guy, he doesn't actually grow hair. He's just not capable of it.
So, so
Understanding why it is that morality, justice, the ought, because your claim, sir, is should, right? The should is the ought claim. You have to give me an example within the rule of all of understanding.
I don't understand why you think the exception doesn't matter. I'm not sure why you think that individuals should be sacrificed for the greater good. As long as most people are happy and most people benefit from. So these people just. So basically, well, you talk about the exception. So
But you're
whatever
making a claim
the
that I didn't say now
majority,
at this point.
because other people enjoy life, then the rest of us basically fuck us. We don't matter.
You can do whatever you want to do, bro. You can
Yeah.
literally do it.
Exactly, and I don't need your permission to do
the
it.
other way around.
That's
And
would tell you
right.
what
Wait,
ought
That's
is.
right.
Then-
You
then
can learn some independence and not need that fucking inheritance to be happy. What
I
the
think
fuck?
that you should stop being
we're
so dependent on the
talking
state.
about society failing children as a
societal
whole, though. We're not just
This
talking.
is not. Yeah, I'm not like. I don't mean to direct it directly at you. This is actually a common theme that we see over and over again with kids. Look, I have a
Right.
younger sister. It's the same story. Mom didn't give me enough. Mom didn't whatever because her mother passed away. And my sister got everything while my mom was still alive and pawned it all.
But
And then
can
she
somebody
wanted more
respond to
when my
what I
mom died,
said?
and there was nothing left.
Why didn't anybody respond to what I actually said? I said that there are parents who sabotage their own children.
Yes.
You're just talking right past that.
I don't see.
That's the
I
exception.
see there are exceptions to this. Okay, there are some parents, and I started off saying this.
So should
who
those
are
parents be held
absolute-
responsible in any way? Then?
Yes,
Yes.
if they are bad
How come they're
parents,
not?
their children, we need a better
Because we got
system.
shitty people in leadership. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
because you're not
This
holding them
system is
accountable.
fucked up.
What we
Well,
wanna
maybe
do.
no, maybe because you're punching down.
You are talking about
No.
great. Okay. talk, and that's all you do. Talk to shit, bro. And it's all that people do. I don't give a shit. I really don't care. But if you do something about it, bro, I'm gonna give you a trophy.
Bro,
Wait. That's not how democracy works.
Right now, say, dear God, that was absolutely beautiful.
That's not how democracy works. Democracy is majoritarian. So I have to convince other people to agree with me. And if you guys don't agree with me, then I don't get my way. So it's not that I need to do something. You need to do something. This is your system.
So now it's all on me. Well, guess what? If it's all on me, I'm gonna choose to promote life.
It's your system.
No longer on you. You can see the debate. It's all on me. I promote life.
Not only do you support life, but you support the state too, and you support the violence that the state inflicts.
Myself by supporting others.
You support the very violence which prevents people from self-actualizing.
Social contract,
Bullshit. I didn't consent to the social contract.
Right here.
When did I consent to the social contract?
If I don't participate, I am just a fucking bump on a log. That's all I am.
Then take responsibility for it. The violence, the blood is on your hands.
Oh my God.
Such a good argument.
Oh, it's so funny.
If I could, I would like to.
Welcome, sir. Good to see you.
If I could, I would like to ask a couple of questions just to like really hone down his position on this. What's up, Bella? Well, first off, what's up, Clay? Nice to see you in my Second Amendment, brother. LA. So given the prompt, I'm gonna assume you are on the affirmative. People should stop procreating.
Right, absolutely.
Because it might lead to suffering of the kids.
It's guaranteed to lead to suffering.
Well, no, it's actually not guaranteed. You're basically living off of what ifs.
No, I gave very concrete examples. They are going to get bitten by mosquitoes. They are going to have to pay taxes. They are going to have to work. They are going to age and decline. They're going to get sick. They're going to get the flu. They could potentially get cancer. Some of these things are guaranteed, and they are going to die at some point.
What do you think?
You need to hear a little bit better. Let me turn it up.
Hold on. What do you think the purpose of life is, Ella?
The purpose of life is to die.
Well, no, I believe there's three purposes of life, and I would like to state them. And if you have examples to prove me wrong, otherwise, go ahead. I believe there's three. One is to overcome any obstacles that are in your life, not wait for handouts like typical far left liberals. Another one is to raise a family and watch your kids succeed and grow further in accomplishments than you ever could. And the third is to live your life by the way of God. So when your time comes, you're accepted in heaven.
Right. So the purpose of life is to be extracted from, to benefit others. It's not to benefit you.
Well, we can benefit off of each other.
Okay, how do I benefit from it? That's what I would like to know.
And they have a job to buy that food, and their job is providing other people stuff. We can benefit each other if we don't look for handouts.
Right.
That's just off the top of my head.
Right, but that's maintaining an existence that I never wanted in the first place. I still don't benefit.
Wait a minute. Okay, let's go back to the precursor there that you never wanted to begin with. Of course, you didn't want this life to begin with. You didn't know you were going to be born. That was somebody else's decision. But once you're here, now you think it's shit because you don't want to suffer.
Oh no, don't go there. Don't go there because you're not the man. The state is the man. The state plays I'm not sure why women even submit to men like you. They might as well submit to the state because you're not the masculine. You are not playing the masculine role. You are the state's bitch, and the state is the masculine.
That's why you're the one with the ID in your pocket. I ain't carried an ID.
You're the state bitch. You're not a man.
Okay, you're the one with the ID in your wallet, calling me the state's bitch.
And you made your children, and you enslaved your children to be the state's bitch.
You're the one with the ID in your wallet.
You can't even
with more
protect your
daddy's name on
family.
the top.
You can't even protect your own damn family. You're not the man. You're the state's bitch.
Really? Really? Come to my door
Really?
and see how I protect.
That's
Come to my
hilarious.
door and see how I protect.
This is why we got chips.
You are
That's all
a
I'll say.
castrated
Whoa,
cockhole.
I'm a cuckold.
Yo,
Come
Clay, is this fucking Rocky's brother or cousin or some shit like that, bro?
No, look, Little Lippy is on
Don't get to know
point.
me, crowd. Don't get to know me.
He
All
is.
people will back.
Look, I'll tell you, of all
Wizard
people
is a
to say that El Perro is someone who's a statist is like way the fuck off. If you
I, in fact, got a civil rights case going on right now, and on the heels of that, I'm going after the court. And if the Judicial Commission doesn't want to straighten their ass up, they're going to be in that civil suit as well. And guess what?
Right.
off of what El Perro is saying too, you know, a lot of people will sit here and cry about what they had happened to them, but then not do anything within the system that they live, and so because of that, they end up getting run over, right? And that's why they keep this. It's like a snowball effect. It's this compounding thing. It's, oh, this happened to me. No, this happened to me. And then another thing. Oh, another thing happened. Like it's over and over. And they have no clue how to fix it. That's their problem, right? They don't learn. They don't learn what life is really about.
They don't have the courage to make the change which is required to get up and step out of the way.
It's not true. I've actually spent the bulk of my adult life trying to change the system, and the opposition is not even.
What have you done for yourself?
My opposition is from the people themselves. They are against their own liberation. They want to be enslaved. They support every authoritarian policy from the state.
So then why are you not saying fuck them all and just doing for yourself?
Because democracy is majoritarian, and as a minority, I cannot impose my will on others.
You don't have to participate, sir.
I don't participate.
Your own happiness. You know that, right?
Well, that's the reason why I want made, so I don't have to be forced to participate.
With a judiciary, you actually.
Do you know that they have immunity, that your case is going to be dismissed because they're above the law?
On that one as well, by the way. But regardless of that, you can appeal to their better nature, right?
Set scales. I need to see. Thank you, sir. Give me a peace sign and then a middle.
Comfortable losing my mind on here, but I'm so close.
Do it.
Breathe. You got to remind me to breathe on this.
Well, no, it's just I remember a couple months. It's just I remember a couple months. I don't want to go at people personally up here, but I know you guys too long, and then I know stuff, right? And then I see you guys acting this way, and I'm like, hold on, haven't I seen you guys act this way and be angry when people called you out about the same type of stuff?
Yep, and we should be, in my opinion. We ought be.
Hold on. So you think that it was perfectly? You don't see the similarities in my mind between when everybody was making fun of you and I was defending you on Sarah's about the guy pointing at his crotch or whatever, right?
Yeah.
You see the similarities in my mind here?
Well, I learned something during that time period, and I learned something all these times. One, I learn about the other people. That's great, right? I love learning about these other people and their views. But I also learn about myself and how to adjust and what it is I need to do, how I should act, if I need to like stop talking so much. A lot of times, you know, people even said, you know, that, you know, I've gotten better about that. Yeah.
But you weren't wrong about what you were saying, right?
No, I wasn't wrong. It was just my approach. It was my
Okay, but that's so,
and I'll tell you, LA has done a really good job
Right.
today.
so that's why I'm getting frustrated up here because I'm like, hold on, I'm always defending you guys, and then seeing you guys do the same thing that other people did to you, and that's not fair. Because otherwise, now I have to go after you because I defended you.
I'm okay
Well,
with
just
it not being fair.
like let's just try to keep it a little bit cool, man. Because like I don't even care about YouTube anymore. Let's just try to be nice, not calling him beta. See, he's the only person here. It's everybody versus him. Let's just.
And this actually goes to the point of not being fair, right? The life is not fair. I recognize that. It's okay with
purpose in life is deemed to be death, then you're confused, in my opinion. If the purpose of life is death, then there is no purpose of life itself.
Right.
You're
Exactly.
going from life to the death part, and considering everything in between non-consequential.
Exactly. That's the
Exactly.
big difference.
Okay, let's pretend that's
Tenth
the case.
man, tenth, real quick. That I'm just to piggyback off what he said, and that what both of these gentlemen said. That is the point. Is no, despite what we've gone through, despite all of that, we see the good in between, and the bad shit that happened to each of us hasn't made us want to advocate for the MAID program.
Yes, I extract the good. I take it and I hold on to it dearly and I run with it. But before anybody else goes, I'm gonna have to head out.
I just wanted to say something to you before you left, just on what we were talking about.
Go ahead, sir.
It's, though I understand, because I have to argue this point from both sides all the time.
Yes, sir.
That's saying that you have the capability to do these things.
Yes. Yeah.
Sometimes people haven't been given the tools to do these things.
Yeah, in LA,
So
like I said, LA's done a really good job today. I'm gonna have to head out because I have to go. And it's a circular thing.
Nice seeing you, brother.
But you guys, listen, LA, I love you, brother. You to me are a brother. All these people up here are my brothers, and is it one sister? Are commendable, especially because you come out and tell us. You write out, tell us, and
Does
Well,
Seth Scales
don't
have
ever-
anything to say? He's the only one who hasn't spoke.
Mick still had some stuff. Oh, so hi, Scales.
Well, I was listening earlier when you were talking to ABG, and it sounded like there was confusion about the difference between liberty and sovereignty. I don't think many people know the difference. Liberty is basically a set of privileges granted to you by a authoritative body that usually is the government. Sovereignty, on the other hand, is just the fact that you exist, you own yourself, and you don't need anyone to tell you how to live your life. And the moment that you step in and you try providing privileges for people based off of force doctrine, you're basically stripping away their sovereignty, because who determines what is right and wrong? Not you as an individual. You're now
But that was the point that I was making. That's the very point that I was making.
And
I literally talked
just-
about
I think that
self-ownership.
question was at abolitionism.
I literally
That
was
was a
talking
good
about
question.
self-ownership, and I was basically saying that our rights are not privileges from the state, that they're pre-political. And if you have to beg the state for permission, then these rights don't exist. So I don't think I was conflating sovereignty with liberty. What I was saying is that your liberty should come from your sovereignty. Okay. Okay.
enacted MAID, for example, and the answer is always the individual. It's not some group of people saying that, okay, we've determined that your life is so messed up, so now you have the ability to go and perform Maine, you know, you're basically trying to bypass that by advocating for decriminalization. But then she talks about legalization, and I'm not sure many people know the difference personally between the two.
Right, and that's an important distinction because so many people have been trying to reframe it to say that I'm supporting legalization. No, I support self ownership, so it should be decriminalized, not legalized.
Squatch back chat.
Right. But yeah, that's just what I wanted to mention. Yeah, I mean, I mostly agree with Ale. I'm just not an anti-natalist. I think that life is a gift that we will not experience ever again. And we're here to develop characteristics which will last eternally for our spiritual self, which is beyond the physical.
Well said. I got to give a shout out to our fabulous Caucasian Sasquatch. Thank you very much for the donut, sir.
Thanks for tipping back, y'all. This roast is getting so juicy.
As requested. I need
There's
new
some
food
vegans
prawn
watching this, by
videos.
the way, Beth. I think the
Roxy,
vegans
do you know
are
there was a
offended.
roast in that clip?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. One more time, LA, I apologize. What'd you say? I apologize. I couldn't hear you over.
No, I said, did anybody up here notice that there was a roast in that clip except for me and Abolitionist?
Shut the front door, dude. That's not true.
I did.
Oh,
I did.
Back there, she's hungry.
yeah. I'm gay, so I don't look at women like that. So
I'm only 51%
faked
gay.
his
I look at women like that.
My whole idea was to do a whole line of like food porn videos. You know, beautiful roasts just getting sliced up and tomahawk steaks with the juices running out of them, and then it evolved into more. Yes.
See, an abolitionist, doesn't it intrigue you when you have these discussions and you might bring up that whatever that kid's name was there that 5-6 years ago, and he was really failed by the system, and even when there was terrible abuse, it just went on and on. There was a whole documentary on Netflix or something about it, and then people will be like, yeah, but look at Stephen Hawking, he overcame all odds. And so what you're saying is the good of the many outweigh the good of the few, as if you've never seen Star Trek, and then all of a sudden those rules all change when it's someone you care about.
right, I just think that they get defensive and they don't. I mean, he literally is talking about the exceptions don't make the rules. So the exceptions don't matter. They don't care. I mean, I know that already. I've debated enough people to realize that.
If they're less fortunate, suddenly they become very concerned with the less fortunate. But when they're sitting in their ivory tower, they could care less.
Right.
And that's the reason why I think that you should. I tell my subscribers to put themselves first because society does not care about you. All these people keep talking about how you have all these duties to society. You should help other people. No, forget that. Don't put yourself first. And you don't. I mean, whatever resources you have, you should try to live the best life possible. But don't focus on other people when they're not focusing on you.
You should. Like if your neighbor is struggling to carry their groceries, go help your neighbor. This is what life is those things that you do for people.
Well, you can focus on people who you know, who you value, but don't focus on society in general. Don't focus on the state or the city or the county. Don't do that.
But we all hate them.
They don't care if this is a stranger or whatever. It costs nothing to help and be kind to someone. All right. And scripturally speaking, especially if you have kids or a wife, that is who you are supposed to put first, is you and your family. And then the excess, the extra energy or whatever, you can consider sharing with the community. But there's so much you can do that costs nothing. Except for what? 30 seconds of your time? I fix the system.
When you're a child and you're asking for help, and people are saying these same things to you as a child as they do when you're an adult, which is get over it, right? That's probably why nobody ever realized that I was dyslexic, and I had to figure it out myself when I was like 29 or something like that, late 20s, early 30s. Like, no one cared. At math. Well, I was seeing things backwards and didn't even know I was making mistakes. I didn't know. I literally did not know that I was making mistakes or why I was making mistakes, and no one cared. Instead, I was dragged through the school system by force, by draconian night.
And that's the thing. I agree. The school system is just as fucking broken.
Right, but so to
Where's
tell
the
a
moral
person
foundation?
that it's my responsibility to now be a productive member of society in any way and not want everything to burn is adorable, because no one gave a F about me. And then that's what I mean is that you're saying that you're saying these things.
Pass it off to the next generation to fix that. Is what you're saying.
These things. If a child hears this, they go, "Oh, well, then there's no hope for me either."
GS, welcome.
I have questions. Life abolitionism. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Do you live in a rural or urban setting?
Urban.
Urban. Do you have a 9-to-5 type job?
I mean, I have a regular. It's not 9 to 5, but yeah, I get your point.
Okay, you have a job.
Yeah,
Do
unfortunately.
you participate in any entitlement programs?
No.
You don't accept
I was
EBT?
copying what kind of programs?
Well, I call them entitlement programs, but I guess that's a little too broad.
From government assistance and stuff, or
supplemental nutritional funding of some sort.
No,
Food stamps, Medicaid, any of it.
Okay, thank you.
Social Security.
I wish I was, because I shouldn't be paying taxes. I should be extracting from the state. I should figure out a way to get on welfare. They should be paying to maintain my involuntary existence.
But you get nothing.
I should be. I need to figure out how to cheat the system.
You would get less than $1,000 a month. That's what I mean. That's why it upsets me. Because
you should figure out how the system works.
To say something like that as a disabled person, that's directly insulting, right? Because I had to fight for years and years and years to be able to get disability and prove to them that I was disabled before. And I don't get it from the government. I get it from stuff that I paid into for decades, right? You know what I mean? Like,
right? Me too.
No, my point is that I don't take it. I mean, I don't take pride in being a productive member of society and going to work. Like, if I was smart, I would be cheating the system.
You're entitled. You want to be provided for.
Slave.
You want to be provided for so you can do the things that make you happy all the time and not have to actually work for anything, right?
Yeah, I want to be a cat bitch. That's what I want. I want to be taken care of.
Beth, you didn't tell me my husband was coming to the show.
I didn't know your husband was coming to the show.
So since I told you earlier as unquestionable, let me ask the question now, which is closer to what Caucasian Sasquatch was looking for, is do you in fact have an ID in your wallet or a driver's license?
Yes.
Okay, you bitch ass slave.
All right, so aside from the personal tax, I'll ask you: do you?
I don't get your point.
Hold on, let me help.
I'm the one without the ID.
Do you
I'm the
drive?
one that does not do what
Lippy,
Daddy
do you
says.
drive?
No, I do not.
All right. So
I
how do you
don't
get
have a
around?
bank account.
I'd
I
also
don't have a job. I have two wonderful feet. I
How
have
do you-
two wonderful
Oh, that's
feet.
so dumb.
60 years old, and I have two wonderful feet that get me around barefoot. Been doing it all my life. 60-year-old man just over lung cancer. I do what I'm supposed to do naturally and not somebody's cock.
I'd love to let
Everybody
Gia
send
get in on
Dusty a message to get from 3 minutes here for a clip. 3 hours. We're exactly 3 hours in. That's a clip.
Okay, cool beans. I'd also like to give GS a chance to hop on in here. How you doing tonight, sir? Good to see you.
Actually, you should make it a clip for your show, Beth. What Lippy just did. That was funny.
Hey, how you doing? I got a solution for LA.
Hang on. Hold on to your.
There's a lot of solutions.
What's up, GS? How you doing? I'm sorry.
Hello, sorry my audio might not be as good. I am on my regular laptop, reclining at the moment. Got a
Oh, that's nice.
couple of questions. I don't really know.
Antinatalism.
Okay. And okay, that would be anti-God.
Yes.
But I heard a couple things that I wanted to respond to. Livy, I got a point of inquiry to you, Alpero. How do you get internet without a state ID, or did somebody else in your household provide the internet for you by giving a state ID?
No, yeah, they've got a state ID because they actually worked with the state for 40 fucking years.
Okay, but my question is,
that was
hold on, dude. Jeez, can I?
No, I'm letting you go. That was a
Wow,
finishing
right.
blow, LA, for your side there. Go ahead, Jess.
Yeah, for your side.
Been invested in the system as anyone else.
Would you like to go out to the Appalachian Mountains and hike with me with the tent and backpack for 7, 8, 9 months through in and out of the winter? How about down to the
okay.
forest?
Now you're gestalt-ing. Now you're gestalt.
No, I'm gestalt-ing, huh? I'm telling you the reality of how I live my life.
How are you living your life right now?
Me and my relationship with my companion, I came back to take care of her, ended up with
Just a
He cured his illness with herbs from his yard.
Yeah, you people come at me as if though I'm the bad guy. I'm trying to point out to you the reality of life, and everybody says, "Oh no, you're wrong," and tries to question me. You don't want to question me. I'm going to tell you the truth, and then you're going to go running.
Well, actually,
You're the one who runs from me
because
I'm being quiet.
Hey, hang on. GS's mic is kind of low, so let's let him have his exchange. And GS, this is just kind of how Lippy is, hence the name Little Lippy.
Oh, he knows him.
Oh, I said I'm actually kind of a fan of LP.
Yeah, I know generally specific. I know him.
I mean, I'm like I said, I'm kind of a fan of the way he approaches life and stuff. I'm just, I when people say things, I listen, and then when I see their behavior doesn't match the words they're saying in the moment, I ask questions. I think that's appropriate, and that's all I'm doing. I'm just trying to figure out how you're removed from the gentrification of the United States of America.
I haven't carried an ID in my pocket for 10 years. You want to see my wallet? I'll go get my wallet and I'll show you the actual ID I carry in my wallet now. And it is what I show them anytime they question me for ID.
GS, if I could, Lippy, GS is trying to get to the point where you're claiming you don't have an ID and you don't benefit from the system, but you're using other people that live with you. That
again, no, they're not living with me, and I'm not using them. I love your rhetoric. I love your rhetoric.
Missing the point, bro. GS, he missed the point.
You said I'm using other people. I do not use people. I understand this is a usufruct, and I got rid of all the other usufruct instruments, and I educate people. You would not believe how much You would not believe how much my wife appreciates me in the situations we've been through, that people tried to take advantage of her. Dumb motherfuckers. Change your letter.
When he's opening the applications, he plugs into other people's power outlets. That power's already there.
Yeah, that's right.
And by using the internet, you're using her ID card. You're using her driver's license because she had to use it to get her internet.
Yeah, I'm using her. Keep that idea in your head.
You're not self-sufficient. You're not self-sufficient. No, you're not.
You want to go out? You want to go out to the woods with me and show me self-sufficient?
Careful, you're gonna have to do all the hunting.
LA, I got a solution for you, bro. I agree.
He's got this. He didn't even go to the hospital to get better. He used dandelions and shit.
Yeah, no, he used his own pee, man. It's got a.
That's right. It's like those UFC fighters.
Yeah, you guys don't have any idea what you're doing.
Yes, Mike, the link is good. You're welcome to come up. Kraut, what is your solution for LA? And then I would like to kind of clue GS in a little more about how the debate went and specific ideas that were proposed in it, because I'm very interested in his thoughts.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
I'm going to tell you right now, I understand where this guy's coming from, because he probably works in some type of call center environment or something like that. Imagine that all of these people are calling an employee that's given barely any resources to address your concerns, right? And then you call, and these people that have been on this panel today are the ones yelling at you, and they don't care how your day is after you get off the phone. And you do that for years and years and years and years, and then all of a sudden you're just like, let it burn.
I think that that's almost in ways a mischaracterization of what this entire night has been about. Okay, it comes down to, I mean, like, life is a sacred thing, and the idea that children don't consent to be here, so we should not have them, and that, you know, I mean, we've sat here and listened to him say that he wishes he was aborted. Like, that is a heavy load. That's a heavy load to be carrying through life. And I would not want anybody to feel that.
Okay, miserable. But when I was 14, my mother said that she wished that she had done that. So is that wrong? Should she be in trouble for that? No, I'm just supposed to just blow it off, right? And so when life beats you down, and then you're 18 years old, and you got to go work in a call center, and your life is a terrible nightmare from hell every day you go home. And
I think that the standards
are trash.
I think that the standards for parents have gone to hell in a handbasket because we've lost our moral foundation.
And I think the standards for treatment of workers is
I just want to clarify that my problem is not my parent. I mean, it was in the past, but now my issue is with the state. I don't like.
Yeah, it's never with you. It's never with you taking responsibility for yourself. You know,
no, the state has a monopoly on violence. So how am I responsible? How do I defend myself against the state's violence? I don't have my own militia. I don't have
with your words until they put a gag order on you. Like they did those Lego guys.
He'll never understand that though, Kent, because he doesn't understand.
Your system, it's not mine. I don't consent.
No, you don't understand.
To defeat one's opponent without fighting is of supreme excellence. So he's always going to go to the bottom of the barrel first. You will never understand the supreme excellence. Just shut the fuck up and educate yourself.
No, because what he's trying to see. Agree or disagree, like what I think his mentality is that no matter what my legacy might be, it will not compare to what I suffered for that legacy. And that's just life. You will never know whether or not your legacy lives on to be something great, quite often hundreds or thousands of years after you don't no longer alive.
I mean, I could struggle. I could, I don't know, sell out in order to be successful. I just don't see the point. I just don't have the desire to do that.
You'll be happier.
Money does not appeal to me. Social validation is not. I just don't give.
But the money will get you what you want. You can supply condoms.
I would
to
need a
people.
lot of money. What I want is for the system to pay for destroying my life. That's what I want.
Open a condom. Make some condoms that feels as good with it as with put more lube in the inside of it. Trust me, you'll make $1 billion. It's going to be lubricated more on the inside. A lot of people don't know about that.
Okay.
GS is trying to talk, and you're kind of overpowering him.
No, it's okay.
Well,
Go for it.
you got to
Oh,
use silicone lube.
No, you're good, son.
Like the water-based lube doesn't feel as good as the silicone. That's what people don't know.
I know.
So I just kind of wanted to point out.
We've had that discussion before.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to point out how, and I don't know if you noticed you see my name GS, but do you see below it my title?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you just gave me an idea.
Not a victim.
You just gave me a really good idea. I'm not going to split the money with you though.
I do, LA. You can give me 5%. I'll appreciate it.
Oh, for crying out loud! How does anyone get a thought out? So
We're not
what I'm hearing
scatterbrained.
is the real. Okay, all right, I'll just mute up.
No, he's trying to talk, and every time he starts talking, somebody else starts talking.
No, he's being a
kind of
whiny cunt.
frustrating.
Fucking push through it, bro.
Well, it's kind of funny that you said I'm being a whiny cunt because I'm not a victim as a reason.
Yes, you just acted like a victim. It's fucking Friday night. It's 11:26. We've been going for 3 hours, 12 minutes. I'm high as shit. And I'm getting interrupted. Trying to have fun up here. Calm down. Get it up.
Well, I mean, that's what it is with your lifestyle, right? It's all about getting your squirts on and whatever makes you feel good. But you're a victim, right? You're just a victim. I'm a victim of the system. I'm a victim that no one recognized my dyslexia. But listen, bro, how old are you now?
Almost 50.
It doesn't matter how old you are.
I'd overcome all that adversity.
You're almost 50. You've overcome it, yet you're sitting there trauma looping like you're a freaking 5-year-old.
Yeah, because not everybody's as smart as I am. Not everybody has the abilities that I had to be able to persevere. A lot of people start out in a lot worse place than I do. And we're talking about those people, and you people are saying, too bad for those people. We're doing great.
I'm curious, how old is LA? Because if you're pushing 50 and at least you found happiness and you are glad you weren't aborted anymore. LA, how old are you?
I would rather not say.
A range.
I'm a millennial. I'll just leave it at that. I'm a millennial.
Yeah, we had this discussion before. What age range is that? 10 years. 25 to 35.
Oh, that's that's
somewhere in there.
He's somewhere around there. He's like in his mid 30s or something.
Well, I mean,
but that's what I've been trying to tell him is that if you learn how to maneuver, life gets easier. Go ahead, yes.
You're in your 50s, bro. You ain't figured it out yet. You're still whining like a victim.
Can I quickly respond to a comment? No, Chickpea. The reason why I'm doing this, these people have never heard of anti-natalism. This is probably the only time that they will ever interact with an anti-natalist. So that's why I did this.
Oh, no, that's not true. We've heard of them. We've interacted with them. I've seen multiple debates with others who give a much better argument than you do.
I tried to schedule
much better.
Posted me.
All right, so I have my solution. I'm gonna push through and get my solution out. But first, I just wanted to ask a question because you made a statement like 2 minutes ago. How did the system screw you over, LA? And then I'll give my solution.
I don't want to make this about me. The reason why I'm not going to answer it because the reason why
to attack them, stop it. Don't play games.
You don't
not
need
going
to
to answer is because even if I do answer, you're not going to do anything. You just want to use it for fodder.
I got you. You don't need to answer. I'm going to get my solution. But real quick, if you're not willing to explain on your comments, don't mention them. But here's my solution. Go out in the wilderness. Hey, Lippy might even help you out because apparently, he's a survivor guide or whatever. He's like Les Stroud. Hopefully, I'm not the only one that knows who that is. Go out into the wilderness, find the patch of land, build your wagon, your log cabin, and kill deer and live off the land, bro. You ain't got to worry about the system. You can be a sovereign citizen, essentially.
Is this
Real
land
quick.
still within a state, or is it separate from the state?
Real
Then
quick.
move out of America.
Yeah.
Well,
Real
all
quick,
land has
I
been
put a link.
monopolized by the state.
LA.
So
LA, I put a link in the back chat to a really good debate.
I listened to that. She's not she's not an anti-natalist. She's an alphalist. She's an alphalist. I know her very well. I've listened to her content. We're not the same. That's why her arguments were not the same as mine. She wants total annihilation of not just humans but animals too. She basically wants to eradicate all sentient life. That's why my arguments were different from hers, because she's not an anti-natalist.
That's a fancy position.
Well, I mean, you want people to stop procreating. So essentially, your argument is to end just
No, she literally wants to blow up the whole planet. I'm not in that same camp.
You don't want people to procreate. What do you think happens to us when we stop procreating?
That's not the same thing as blowing up the whole planet.
What do you think happens to us when we stop procreating? Answer the question.
I don't know why I'm answering a question that you already know the answer to.
No, because sometimes
at the end of the day, they're not going to do what I want. It's not as if everybody's going to stop procreating. I'm trying to convince you to agree with me. She wants to do it by force. That's the difference.
Funny, you can't answer the question
because you already know the damn question. You already know the damn answer. I don't answer stupid questions.
We don't know that you understand the answer.
What happens is the answer is fucking obvious. If everybody stops procreating, then no humans exist. But she doesn't stop with that. She doesn't want the animals to exist either. So I'm not sure why you needed me to answer your question was self-explanatory.
That portion of the argument to make her argument better than yours on one fucking hand.
So there's
two antinatalist debates in the back.
You agree with blowing up the. I just wanted to clarify though. Do you support blowing up the whole planet?
No.
So how is her position better than mine?
I also don't, because both of you, dude, the logical conclusion to what you are advocating for is the same.
No, it's not.
Yep.
It is demonstrably different. I believe no. I'm trying to persuade people. I'm trying to persuade people to agree with me. I'm not trying to force my will on people. When did I lie? When did I lie? I'm telling you exactly what I believe.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's still.
It's not okay, but it's not the same outcome because let me tell you why it's not. Let me tell you why it's not. Because
all humans in the end, correct?
I guess you don't want me to answer. I mean, if you're not going to let me answer, then I guess I'll just let you talk.
No.
The reason why it's not the same is because I am never going to convince people to stop procreating. If she gets the power to push the red button, she's going to actually push it.
I understand that. But
can I ask him a question?
Hang on one second. My point is, both of you advocate for no more procreation. It doesn't matter if we include animals or not. When it comes to humans, you both advocate for it. Okay.
You know what those people think?
Wait, because now you're over. Now you're not. It doesn't matter. I think another person started sharing. So it doesn't matter if we can take the force aspect out of it because that is not something that's logically going to happen. Just on its face, stop procreating. You both have the same outcome.
That's not how they see it, though. They actually look down on us because they think that we're specious because we don't care about animals. They think that we're leaving the animals behind, and so basically selfish, and they don't. Yeah, I'm a part
I'm
of the community.
talking about
Who is they?
I'm a part
The
of the
person that
community.
she put a source in the back of it.
As a member of the community, I can tell you that they do not see us as being the same.
I'm talking about one specific part of their argument that is the same as yours, that has the same outcome as your argument does.
Not
That's all.
necessarily. I can tell you why. I can
What
tell
is
you
the
why.
point
Okay.
of holding him down to a specific
I can
part of
tell
the
you
argument?
why it's not the same. Let me tell you why it's not the same. Because some of them will say that it is justified to create more humans in order to liberate animals. So they will say that you can create more humans if those humans will, I guess, advocate to push the red button. I don't believe that. I don't believe in sacrificing humans to benefit animals. That's what the animal welfare comes first over humans. So that's how we're different.
We don't need to even consider the animal part of the argument, is what I'm saying. Strictly considering stop having babies. The argument outcome is the same for all of you.
Not if they're
No, it isn't.
not
I mean, LA is saying people should stop having children. The F-lists are saying all life should cease entirely.
Sure.
Do you see the difference?
I see the difference.
So why are you trying to hyper focus on one specific narrow part of the argument?
Because we're talking about humans,
People.
not animals.
People only. People only.
Okay, but all he's trying to do is point out the nuance between his views and the person you're trying to compare him to.
I
And
understand.
he understands that.
Well, it doesn't seem like it.
Oh my God. I have said multiple times, I do understand this. Okay.
So why do you insist on hyper focusing on one specific part to try and shoehorn him in with the other person so you can label him?
I said, this is, am I fucking losing my mind here, Libby?
Yeah, you just,
No,
I
no,
said,
not at all.
I
Smuggled
did
that right
not
in.
say that they are the same people with the same exact arguments. What I said is when it comes to what they argue about the human race, the outcome of that is the same.
Okay, well, that person's not here, and it sounds like that you guys have a different opinion of somebody else's opinion. That don't make no sense to argue about.
Oh, Lord.
Exactly.
And let's make sure we're not labeling anybody. He came in here and his label is like abolitionism.
So I just want to ask.
I mean, I agree that, you know, I think Alex's position is ultimately faulty, but I don't think you're categorizing him correctly, is what I'm saying.
So my
I agree with you.
I didn't categorize him.
No, you're relevant. Yeah, let's move off of that. Let's pause, guys. Let's not argue about something. Video. No, literally, anybody in the audience has no idea what we're really arguing about. So,
let me just make
let's just
one
pause
last
that for a
statement.
second. Let's reset for 1 second. I just want to ask LA a question because I've had time to refine this entire discussion and try to understand something. Do you believe that, and this is to abolitionism, do you believe that like pain or like the things that you say are the bad things, like getting bit by a mosquito or any of these things that are bad, have something that's substantive at all and is tangible in real life?
No, the only reason why I point out the mosquito bites is to illustrate.
No. Those things are tangible. Do you believe they're real? Do you believe these things actually exist in reality at all? Or are they just your perception of how those are endured by others?
No, if you let me finish, I can explain why I'm making that point. The reason why I bring up the mosquito bites is because of the polyantibodies that they underestimate the suffering, and they don't even consider the small things, and they focus on the joy as if those smaller things are irrelevant. That that all these people are going through life without any suffering, and it's like, no, you just completely.
But wouldn't you take 100 mosquito bites for an orgasm?
The better, let me how the anti-natalist
I'm just asking, you're out in the woods, right? And you're then it's the only place, right? Like you're visiting family or something. You ran into a guy on the road while you're swimming. You know, you're like 30, you're single, and you're like, this guy is hot. And then you're like, but I'm gonna get bit by mosquitoes. You're gonna do it, right?
Okay.
So like that's what you're failing to understand is that yes, the good actually does outweigh the bad. Almost always.
Let me ask you a
Almost
question.
always.
Would you take 1 minute of excruciating torture for an orgasm? So I can chop off your foot if you get an orgasm after the fact.
Extreme. Ridiculous.
That's the whole point. That's the whole asymmetry.
No, it's not, because no one's getting their foot chopped off.
Having children is not an extreme.
Yeah, it's not.
No,
like
there's the potential
chopped off.
for it. There are people who get blown up. There's people who get hit by buses. There's people
But
who.
that's rare.
Shit happens. Yeah, shit happens.
It's rare.
But
It doesn't
yes,
have to happen.
those are the outliers. The outliers.
It
But that's
doesn't
what
have to
happens.
happen.
No, hold on. You didn't answer my goddamn question. Do you believe that any of that pain that you're talking about is tangible?
Yes, I do. Because if you
Okay,
add
so
it up,
then how do you
wait,
not understand that the
let me
joy
finish.
of life
It's
outweighs?
cumulative. It's cumulative. If you add up all of those mosquito bites, then the bad necessarily outweighs the good. They just discount those small things.
Nobody discounts anything. No one likes
Yes, they
getting bit by
do.
a mosquito.
Because when I have these
But
debates,
these are the
when I have
choices that you make and the chances that you take.
no, when I have these debates, I have to constantly define what I mean by suffering, because they're not counting that at all. They're just talking about the extreme stuff.
But I hear what you're saying. But see, I disagree with you. I don't believe that any of it is tangible.
This is why people.
Here, trying to figure out a worldview. If I recall a line in The Matrix, and I understand it's a movie, maybe it's not real life, or imitates life, or vice versa, where they were talking about the first couple. And there was no suffering. They rejected it because it just didn't seem real. That which we might consider to be heaven as a Christian, to the system, to the machines, to the people plugged into it, they rejected it because there was no suffering. I think Christ, for me, I'm a Christian, Christ taught me that to live is to suffer, is to sacrifice. Life is about these things. So with that said, it's kind of an interesting thing. Life, abolitionist, do you make your bed in the morning?
I don't even know if I should answer that.
Sir, I haven't made my
Are you that much of an enigma that you can't even answer? You don't talk about how old you are. You don't even say whether you make your bed in the
you don't
morning?
understand. I have
You're a
stalkers.
nonsense machine. I understand.
These people listening right now who are going to probably clip the shit that I say in this live stream.
I'm asking you if you make your
my.
bed in the morning.
I'm sure you can make your point without me saying that. Let's say for the sake of your question that I do.
Okay, why? It's just going to get messed up when you get in it at night. What's the point?
Right, but the reality is that I don't make my bed. I
Okay, so
change
then-
my sheets, but I don't make up my bed. I don't know why that's
So-
relevant.
They're gonna get dirty again. Why
So-
Do you wash your clothes?
Yes.
Why
They're
are they
gonna
just
get
going to
dirty.
Why? They get dirty again.
Are you going to lie about that?
I don't get your point. The bottom line is that I didn't choose any of this. Yes, I want to wear clean
You
clothes,
choose to
but that's
wash
the
your
part of
clothes.
that's a part
you
of the
choose to
monotony and the
wash
drudgery
your
that I am
clothes.
against.
Hold on,
If you
Lippy.
didn't choose all this, then maybe you make a different choice.
I actually wrote about this in chapter 9 of my book. All the stuff that you're missing, the taking showers and getting, like, you're maintaining your body and eating and maintaining health. That's a part of the cost of imposition that I don't consent to. I don't do this stuff freely. I do this so I don't suffer health problems, because if I don't change my sheets, I'm going to be breathing in dust and I'm going to get sick.
But you want life to be abolished. Why would you care if you survive?
So it's not the people's fault. It's the dust's fault. It's the world's
It's
fault.
the imposition.
This is just another guy.
If
this is just another
life
guy.
was not imposed on me,
real quick,
I'm not
some
sure
housekeeping, ladies
about
and
your
gentlemen.
the anti-intellectualism is stunning.
I like this guy.
Real quick,
if life was not
ladies and
imposed
gentlemen.
on me, if life was not imposed on me, I would not be breathing dust.
Ladies and gentlemen, quick interruption, housekeeping. I'm giving it 30 minutes, and then we're going to be done, because we're just rolling it around.
I want to say that I think what El Perro's doing is an effective way to get away from the state, because I more self-sufficient and learn to live in nature. It would be a struggle, but it would be a necessary struggle and suffering, because for too long people have reached the basic while basically infantizing, turning them into infants, depending on the state, versus where if we did mirror societies like the Amish either, like El Perro's choosing to take care of someone who is not self-sufficient. That's a good thing, right? It's not, you could say, yes, our purpose is not to serve others, but if we choose to serve others, we will make the world a better place pretty much instantly, at least for one person.
We have a society now that is so developed onto society rather than the different stages of living, which is communal, then outside of that community, you have your agrarian farm life, where they get their local commodities and stuff. And then outside of that, you have your mining and forestry. And then outside of that, you have travelers and sojourners from other lands that bring their wares and goods. This is the way it's supposed to work. Today, everything is corporatized. We no longer have the agrarian farmers. Remember the 70s when the farm mortgages all collapsed? Now we have industrial farming. Guess what? It's happening all around the world, and it's going to be one big happy society.
What I would like to ask everybody on the panel is, does anybody on this panel want to die? Because I'm sure everybody's going to say no. And yet,
here in this world, and I get to return to where I came from.
Oh, that's madness.
Well, people of faith, this is how people of faith tend to, this is how we think, okay? And this is what we believe, and that's part of our faith. However, by the way, speaking to what, Scales, what you were saying, my solution was a matter of the state is broken, the state is fucked up, there are more of us than there are of them, why are we not fixing it?
Because the people are the problem. That's the reason why. Because the people are the problem. That's why the state is so fucked up.
Yes, but they're also the solution.
That's right. The problem, the biggest problem that we have is that the moral foundation that our society should be built on, that makes us good parents, that makes us good people that care about one another, our community, is degrading over time to where faith is just something that's become a mockery to a lot of people, right? However, it's that same fucking faith that it's that same fucking faith that makes sure your parents.
Well, when you go around calling people biblical curses on a regular basis, that might not help.
I'm an atheist, and I think I treat people better than most Christians.
Correct.
I got a point of inquiry to the one person on the panel that seems to be anti, I guess, what other people are for. Are you for or against reparations, life of abolitionists?
I mean, I don't want to have a long discussion about that, but basically, I don't support cash reparations. I want land. I want sovereignty. I don't think that we consented to be a part of the social. We were never part of the social.
But then you're going to have to plow the land and tend the land, and that's going to be, you're going to have to suffer, dude. You're asking for your own suffering.
I don't want cash
But you do that in the woods.
reparations.
You don't bring food with you when you go out in the woods. You will go out and survive off nature, right? You got it all like the pine nuts and bottles and stuff that you made.
Bush blueberries and raspberries.
Well, he asked me a question.
You
So I
don't even
would like
use
to.
containers from civilization.
Yeah, I would like to just
He asked me a question.
Well, I'm just saying.
Okay, so Abraham Lincoln's plan was to give us sovereignty. He was planning to give us
got
land.
Liberia.
So
you got your 40 acres.
that
in the middle.
never
You got
materialized.
Liberia.
No, we did not.
Yeah,
And even
Liberia,
if
dude,
we
look it
did,
up.
it still was under
Look it
the
up.
state.
It's a
Hold up,
capital,
bro.
the
I have to
capital
call you out on
Liberia.
that.
No, hold up. You're nonsense, dude. The capital of Liberia is Monroe.
I'm not
Named
talking
after
to you. I'm talking
President
about that.
Monroe.
That is
into Southern style plantation style slavery. So don't fucking tell me slavery.
oh my gosh, what are you talking about?
As a matter of fact, yes is right.
First of all,
Yes is right.
real quick, what I
real
said
quick, let me point out how he's right. You know how human beings were suddenly identified as being property under the law? That was because of a black slave owner.
What I specifically, I don't think you guys understand what I just said. I specifically said that I don't support cash reparations. What I want is self-determination.
Well, how
So
are you going to take that land?
if we
And
do
how are you
have
going to take that land if somebody
self-determination,
don't want to give it up?
no, if we have self-determination, then we can't blame the white man. So I want us to be responsible for ourselves. I'm saying the complete opposite of what you're saying. Exactly. That's what the hell I just said. Exactly. We would have to blame ourselves. So why are you disagreeing with me? Why are you disagreeing with me when I'm saying the exact same thing that you're saying?
You're sitting here accusing everybody else of being a bitch to the state, while you're the one with
I don't want to be a part of the state. I want to divest from the state.
Then don't.
So move out.
Sovereign land.
Move out to a different country.
Then go take
That
it.
doesn't give me sovereignty. That still makes me a subject of another state.
Wait. Who gives you sovereignty? You're either sovereign or you're not.
He doesn't understand, GS.
Like if I have to empower you, that means you lack power. I have to give some of my power.
No,
You're not
what I
powerful.
would need to do is dismantle the damn state so I can get reclaim it for myself.
Yeah, but somebody's gonna have to do that for you. If you want land, well, what if that person doesn't want to keep it up?
The bottom line is that
it's a collective effort. It's not
the
one person.
bottom line is that the people are not going to do that. So that would be my plan A. But since they're not going to do it, my plan B is to get made so I can escape the damn matrix because they're not going to liberate themselves. They want to be slaves.
Well, LA, to that point, I got to call you out on something that you mentioned. I'm surprised nobody else did. You talked about some things that Abraham Lincoln said he was going to do for the free slaves, but didn't. You know that motherfucker got assassinated, and the VP vetoed like half the shit he was going to do.
How are you calling me out? Right? I agree with what you just said. How are you calling me out?
Then why accuse Lincoln of going back on his word when he got assassinated?
No, that's not what I didn't accuse Lincoln of going on his word.
Yes, the fuck you did, bro. Don't go back on your word.
Agree with Lincoln. Lincoln was right. That's why he was taken out.
No. Listen to what I said, bro. Stop getting your feels. You accused Lincoln of going back on his word.
I did not say that.
Okay, whatever. I'm not going to argue with somebody that doesn't remember what the fuck he said.
No, what I said.
Yeah, because otherwise you'd have your fucking 40 acres.
If Lincoln had survived, I think things would be much better. But he was not able to do. It wasn't his fault. Lincoln had the right idea.
The first time.
Well, let me posit something. Do you know that Abraham Lincoln was quoted as saying, "If I could not free a single slave and avoid this war, I would do it." And Robert E. Lee was quoted as saying, "If I could free all the slaves right now, if I had that in my power to avoid the war that's coming, I would do it."
I want to remind everybody that I'm not the one.
Yeah,
I am not the one.
it's not about slavery.
Let him
I
respond.
want to remind
He's
everybody
all by
that
himself.
I was not even the one who brought up reparations. Someone asked me a question, I responded,
True.
and now I'm being
Yeah.
attacked.
That's
I
what
didn't
they
want to
do.
talk about reparations. And this is the reason why when they ask me questions, I'm saying, oh, I don't want to talk
Well,
about
you
it.
just say you
Because
want
once
the
I do
government to
answer,
get-
Everything
now
else-
here's
my
the-
head is
here's-
on the damn chopping block.
I mean,
no,
the
here's
reason
the
the
thing.
Civil War was fought actually aligns more with Alec's reasoning in the first place, because it wasn't about slavery. It's about the fact that people wanted to secede from the Union, and the Union didn't want that to happen. Regardless of whatever state rights you might cite, it doesn't matter. These rights include things like what Alec's talking about and made. Because of the fact that you own your body.
And it was all the
No one else
foundation
does.
set up.
If
and
you
it was all
listen
the
to my
foundation-
channel, I literally say the opposite of what you're saying. I don't blame the white man for that. What do you guys are putting me in a box that does not represent what I actually believe. I've never said.
One of them for the same reason.
And then when I do
You don't wanna
answer,
put yourself
and then
out
when
there.
I do
You don't
answer, then
wanna
everybody
put
wants to
yourself out
attack me.
You don't
No, I don't want to.
So you have
I wanna
proven
have
that I should
conversation
not
with you.
answer.
You don't want to put
Because you do
yourself
exactly
out
what I
there.
think you're going to do. You're so predictable.
You don't want to put yourself
You
out there.
have an
because you
original
think
thought in
people
your
are
whole body.
going to attack you. But all we do is call you out on the truth. That is not an attack.
You don't have any original thoughts.
That can't stand
No,
up.
you guys are doing what he said. Though
I would actually like to just.
you'll ask him a question and then he'll respond to it, and then that's all the discussion becomes.
Yeah,
about.
yeah, I would like to.
Attacking him.
I would like to
That's
turn the
bullshit.
temperature down.
I-
I'd like to turn the temperature down and actually have a conversation. So I asked you a yes or no question. You said yes, but conditionally you wanted land. So that's how we got into the whole. Well, you did get your land, like area.
Yeah, but he was never a slave. That's dumb. Mike,
No,
say
no.
something. You've been coming up, and you're going to drop again. So get in there.
Okay, so here's my question.
Let Mike go for a second. He keeps dropping.
Why did you even bring that up? Did you just bring that up because I'm black? Like, why are we
Just
even
don't-
talking about reparations? I don't give a fuck
Yeah,
about
they're on
reparations.
Discord
I
getting
think it's
messages
because
or
of the
whatever. You know.
entitlement.
No.
I never said anything about reparations.
I'll
Or
answer
reading
the
chat.
No, but you did say the government should give you shit.
The government should give me the right to die. That's the only thing I want.
So
No, you have the right to die. You can go on.
Oh, shut up. I'm not
hang on.
interested. I'm not
So
interested.
you don't want me to answer. So you don't want me to answer the question as
Does
reparations.
life LA doesn't want to, I can't read it because it seems blurry for me. Is that what you want to live in?
Yes, LA.
LA, you want to just end your life?
Oh my gosh.
No.
This is so boring. Do you have any? I mean,
I just came
some
here.
thought into your questions. I'm just uninterested because it's so predictable. I've answered this question ad nauseum.
Hang
Okay.
on.
I just
Yes,
came
you
here.
had a question.
Yeah, so I just want to, LA, I just want to, hopefully, I want to convince you that this wasn't a trap. I don't ask questions that I don't have a follow-on reason. I'm trying to get understand your worldview.
So,
You mean like the trap about me making
Can
up
I
my
say
bed?
something real quick? I just want to say something real quick.
Okay, I like it being trapped. I guess there's nothing I can really do about it. I think the
No,
other
it's your guys's. Just because you refuse to acknowledge the way that you people operate doesn't mean it's not real.
But
I see it.
What do you mean, you people?
You
if someone-
normies.
Like you sodomites?
Normies.
If someone,
You were appreciated about that earlier.
if someone feels that they're not worth,
That's how you people act.
So LA. So the reason why
He's
I
not
asked
throwing
you-
any shade at you people specifically, but this is.
I asked.
no,
And then you talk about God all the time. Oh, God, blah, blah, blah. Use it as a shield and a cudgel at the exact same
The
time.
level of retaliation right now is
He
through the
did
roof.
throw shade. He blamed the white man.
I did not. I did no such thing.
Sure, he did.
So the reason why I
Go
asked
ahead, that's host.
No, I'm like GS asked the question.
the reason why I asked the question, about reparations. The reason why I asked the question about reparations, which was partially answered even with a conditional, which is fine, was because what about the burden that puts on people that didn't own slaves?
No, let me clarify my position.
But hold on. Take it easy. Think about the question I just asked.
Don't ask him a question and then hold on. No, LA, hold on. Don't ask him a question and then tell him how to answer it. Go ahead, LA.
I'm not telling him how to answer. I'm asking him to take a second to think about it.
I do not blame the white man. I blame the state.
I don't care who you blame. The question, that's not even the premise of my question.
So it has nothing to do with race.
Your statement earlier is you didn't ask for all the struggles of life. You didn't ask to be born. You didn't ask for all the burdens. So my point of inquiry about you putting burdens on, being okay with burdens being put on other people to either have to give up their land or to have to pay money that for things or sins they themselves did, they didn't ask for that burden.
You know what? I don't care. Just give me the right to die, and then we're even.
You already have that right. Don't do it.
Just shut up. That's not even the point. Stop interfering with my natural rights.
You don't have the right to kill yourself.
You have the right.
It is against the law. It is against the law in every state in America.
I said it again. I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again. And especially when it comes to men who make that attempt, the ones who have true conviction do not fail. The fail rate is fucking like seriously low.
Oh my gosh, this is so disgusting. So you're blaming the victim. Now they're just failure women that couldn't do it right. This is so disgusting. Why don't I blame you for breeding? Why don't I blame you for breeding human beings into hell?
The reason I agree with Mike, you're gonna right after I reset this. The reason I agree with him is because what he's saying almost is advocating for small government. It's not like he's saying that he wants to use the state to disallow you from having children.
I'm talking strictly about the idea that the law needs to change to make it legal for you to unalive yourself.
It should be decriminalized.
That's not what this is about. That's just an extreme point of what he's saying. But it's about the humans should not stop procreating. He's saying that there shouldn't be enough people. There shouldn't be
a liar.
He's saying that there shouldn't be enough people that we need to rape the planet. But see, this is what I was going to say earlier, and Mike needs to get in, but he's a product of what we were taught in school for 2 or 3 generations. Oh, we're overpopulating the earth, and then you guys are going at him like you guys didn't allow the school system to teach your children this. Go ahead, Mike, get in there.
By the way, 10-minute warning. I'm killing this in 10 minutes.
I want self-ownership. If you guys want to own me and force me to, then you should pay for everything that.
I don't, bro. Get in there, Mike.
You want self-ownership and get rid of
I'll be your friend. I'll be your friend.
And you absolutely deserve it.
If you need a friend to talk to, I'll give my phone number. I'll put it in the backstage. It's my public phone number. If you need to talk to somebody, I'm always around. I'm not give Mike your best. I'll talk to you.
I'm gonna say something and then get off. All right. Now, LA, as a strategy to disempower the state and not able to be a good. And I would think that there are a lot of people who are having children who are not ready to have children, or they're having them for selfish reasons. I don't disagree with this, but this does not mean that everyone is incapable of having children.
Okay, bro. Now we can't even hear your mic. Mike, just get in there.
What about the people who are not ready to be born?
Hold on, LA.
Oh, I wasn't ready to be.
Mike hasn't had a chance to say anything this whole time. Go ahead, Mike.
So I knew someone that wanted to kill himself. He told anyone. He just specifically did it, and I'm not saying that I want this guy to do it, but if he had intentions of doing it,
congratulations.
I'm what does that have to do with me? I mean, it's so fucked up, but that's the reality of it. But the thing is that
you're literally trying to tell me, okay, I'm That's the most insulting thing you can possibly say. And you think that I should just be respectful and not? No, you're basically telling me to go fuck myself, and then I'm not supposed to interrupt.
Yeah. Hey, go fuck yourself. Don't interrupt him.
Exactly. So if you're going to tell me to go fuck myself, I'm going to say the same thing to you. I'm not going to sit there and tolerate that shit.
Go fuck yourself, Mike.
I don't even know how old he is. And probably not gonna ask.
Early mid-30s.
Mid-30s?
Something early to mid-20s, something like that.
I'm getting off. If I can just say something real quick, I'm getting off.
By all means.
LA, you did in fact blame the white man because you said if you had self-preservation or something like that, you cannot blame, hold on. You cannot blame the white man.
It's not the white man, it's the state.
Hold up, bro. I'm getting off. Let me finish my point. You're indicating that because you don't have whatever you sell, self-preservation or whatever Libby just correcting me on, you're indicating because you don't have that, you blame the white man.
I'm losing brain cells. I'm losing brain cells because it's literally the opposite of what I said. I never said anything about the white man. I said the state. Now, if you want to conflate the white man with the state.
No, you said the white man. I watched it back. I watched the video back, bro.
That's you problem.
Oh, cool. I got you. Because right when he said it, I stopped it. So I'm not.
The reason why it's not correct is because most anarchists are not even black. Most anarchists are white. So why? So I'm not blaming. What you're saying makes no damn sense.
That should tell you something. An anarchist is one that can work his life without government. But evidently, if it's mostly white guys doing this, it's because the black guys are still slaves in their fucking minds.
Right, exactly. Exactly, you're right. Most black people are hardcore status.
And that's why you have that idea in your pocket, and I don't. Imagine that.
No, I'm literally saying the opposite of what they're saying. And then you're still blaming me for being like them. How does that make sense? I'm not a status.
You still have that idea in your pocket.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I'm an anti-status.
The fuck you don't. The fuck you don't. You've got an idea in your pocket to have that job.
How do I have the same idea as them?
You have to have an idea in your
and you use somebody else's ID so you could get internet.
No, I didn't. They have the internet. I am currently here with her. Otherwise, I am out there.
And but she used no.
I want to ask a question. Earlier in the night, you were asked about your religious beliefs. Did I hear you say you're agnostic or Gnostic?
Gnostic, or like, yeah.
There's no way.
Oh, no, you don't. You probably don't know what Gnostic is. It's okay. Which books are in the Gnostic books? Which books are in the Gnostic Bible?
Thomas, Adam and Eve. How about hang on, homie, I got you. Oh, here, fucker.
You gotta understand.
Would you like to question me some more? Because you see, I actually fucking study religions. So
you got it upside down. But congratulations for having it.
I'm sorry, you're seeing it backwards. This is the Gnostic Bible. I also have an entire collection of the Dead Sea Scrolls.
That bro mirrors it.
Okay. This is the Gnostic Bible right here.
I mean,
so how does your idea conform to Gnosticism when they are?
No. They were actually against poker or sex altogether. They were yes they were. Yes they were.
No, they weren't. They were some freaky deeks is what they were.
No, my gosh. I don't know which books you read. I don't know what you read, but they believe that procreation.
The Gnostic Bible.
Have you ever cracked it open, or are you just holding it? Because that's not what it said.
Jesus Christ. I even have a bookmarker still in it.
That book looks pretty new. Yeah, I don't see any creases in it.
I have paid note cards.
I think Sasha's supposed to say something.
You're out of your mind.
Sasha, you want to say something? Could I ask?
Well, I was just thinking that I've never seen a crackhead on earth wake up in the morning and not have a plan. Like every single one of them is not only up in the morning, but they're looking forward to their day and they've got it worked out how they're going to do it. So if you lack motivation,
this is why Dusty supports the legalization campaign, and I agree with him 97%.
Beth, we can have a separate. Beth, we can have a separate conversation about narcissism.
If he got some good loving, he'd be all right. This guy just needs a boyfriend.
Beth, if you're right about that, but Beth, if you want to have a separate conversation about narcissism, we can do that. But I can tell you the verses. I mean, not right now on the spot, but yeah, they didn't believe in procreation.
We only have 4 minutes.
Of which book? Because all of it, they were all about.
Not all of them.
It's the Gnostics that have actual sex ritual.
Beth was raised in a cult and then found out there was other religions in the world and became obsessed with them. Right?
True.
Now, just because she can't quote, chapter and verse right out of her head, it's because she wants to know specifically which version you want the chapter and verse.
So pause. I got to say this because I might not get another chance to speak to you ever again, LA, because I don't even have a channel for you to be like, because that's how we found me before. And you never know if I'm ever going to come back. So, this is the thing.
I like.
I've talked to you before about some really deep stuff. We got really into all kinds of stuff, and I don't think you're gay. I thought about you since we've talked previously. I think that maybe you need to try to date women. There's a lot of women out there okay with being an effeminate man.
You don't think that I'm gay? What are you talking about?
No, because I talked to you about being gay, and I actually don't think you're gay.
It depends on how you're defining it.
I'm just telling you. No, that's irrelevant.
Are you talking about
you
sex?
would be
Or are you talking about because
get a woman? Trust me, I'm a very experienced person at this.
Here we go.
Wait a minute, how am I not gay? What are you talking? I'm like the gayest person on the damn planet.
That's not relevant.
No, you're not.
No, you're
I
not.
met 10th man's husband. Trust me, you're not, sweetheart.
Yeah, you're not.
But Tempa, have you ever asked this guy if he dated a woman?
No, but I talked to him about a lot of stuff.
No, I have never been with a woman. I haven't touched a woman with a 10
Right,
foot
you
pole.
need to. You need to.
I mean, titties
Be
are
honest with her. I mean, she'll know as soon as she talks for 4 seconds. But now on Grindr, there's a plague of women because they're like, I'd rather deal with a gay dude than all this straight dude nonsense where they're like getting Botox. Like,
did you not hear what I said at the beginning? How
What
my
were you saying
best
about titties? Sasha, what were you saying about titties?
Well, I'm just saying, they're almost as good as crack, and they can be a life changer, bro.
I agree.
It motivates me to get up and go do the shit that I do right this second, right now. I am cooking sausages and cabbages because my wife likes them, and I get to play with their titties.
I just have deja vu right now. The fuck?
Wait a minute.
This type of thing happens quite a lot.
So if I'm not gay,
I've been talking about this before. You know what? I have to agree with Sash. Maybe if you get pussy, maybe you're like, wow, all these years.
So if I'm not
No,
gay,
because he doesn't like gay sex.
we're almost out
He
of
doesn't
time.
like gay
It's against me.
We're almost out of time.
It's me.
Like, this is the guy I told you about that doesn't like gay sex. I told you, I said, I don't think he's gay.
I never said that. I never said that.
You did.
Stop going backwards. You said about like using the system. And I think you have a job.
So
right?
if I'm not gay, then what you're saying is I'm an incel. I'm an incel. I just can't get a woman. That's not true.
No, you never tried.
That's not true. Did you listen to what I said at the beginning of this debate? When I talked about how my best friend. Did you hear what I said about my best friend trying to seduce me? I can get a woman. I can get a woman.
Sir,
it's not hard.
Listen to a
I want to
51%
point.
gay man.
Can before we
Vagina sex is the best.
I don't like vaginas. I don't like the way it looks.
Just close your eyes.
No, come on, the channel owner won't stop.
You know what? Just
Sorry.
close your
Yeah, I
eyes
really like to talk.
and just
for a
get in
second.
there.
So,
Let her
by
spit
the
on you
way,
first.
by the way,
And I object to using a woman's body in that way. I think it's unethical. I'm not going
I
to
don't know if she
a
likes
woman.
it. Trust me.
I'm not having sex with a woman that I'm not married to.
so by the way,
talk.
see, here's the big thing about when it comes down to Gnostics is that they actually believe in reincarnation, and therefore you must be born again, because each time you are born again, you are healing something from your past life in the pursuit of reaching perfection.
You're right. You're
It
right.
is in their scriptures. You must have babies because you are healing a life that needs it in order to reach that state. You're going against the very fucking belief structure that you
Can you let me agree with you? Gosh, you're right about the first point. They do believe in reincarnation, but they believe that you trap a soul into the material world, that you're basically enslaving someone to the demiurge. And so the only way to defeat the demiurge is to not procreate. But it's not all the books, because all the books don't say that. So again, I would like to have a separate conversation with you so we can actually discuss it thoroughly if you're interested. Otherwise,
absolutely, I'll bring some
A Reformed Southern Baptist preacher who went into comedy, and he had this bit where he talked about how I was a eternal shade of flaming light spinning off into the vast nothingness of the universe when you two decided to scrump. And on that night, in the back seat of that '57 Chevy, my mom conceived me, and from that day forward, I've been forced to suffer through every scandalous bitch on this planet. He's talking about like 7 ex-wives or some shit like that.
Right.
Of course, he is screaming because that's how they all end.
Nothing to do with the you like to fuck crazy.
Here's the deal, everybody. I'm a little tired of sitting here, and the arguments kind of become circular. So I want to go around, give everybody a chance. This was fun. I want to give everybody the chance. You first.
Are you raiding anybody?
Yeah, Dusty is supposed to be going on, and then also Sasquatch has a show coming up. I highly recommend everybody to jump on over there as well. Take your pick. They're both great shows.
Scales.
Scales, I'm bringing you up literally just to say goodbye because we're about to get out of here. So, you first, sir. Your last piece.
Yeah, that's fine.
Last thoughts. You want to give your last thoughts? Go for it.
Yeah, the thing, Ale, if we actually did apply his solution, the demiurge would actually cease to exist, and the Gnostic problem would be solved. But it's not a solution that I think I would agree with. I think there are other solutions, but it is actually a viable solution under the Gnostic paradigm.
Thank you, Seth Scales. Somebody has done that reading.
So that being said, I had a great time talking to you all. If you guys want to check out my channel, I recently created my own philosophical framework, and the video is nearly 5 hours long. It's called the Unified Topological Ontology, and I think it relates to just about any type of subject that you might want to talk about.
Are you still working on your book?
If you want to put your link in the back, I can drop it in the chat, by the way.
This is going to be my book now. I think it's way better than the idea I had before, personally.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to say thanks for having me, Miss Beth, and I'm going to be going live on my channel here in a minute, but I appreciate the conversation.
Thank you very much for coming. I want to encourage the chat to please subscribe to Generally Specific. He has some excellent conversations over Scales.
Should I talk shit about him to his chat while he's gone?
You want to put your link in the back chat? I'm more than happy to post it up front, just like I just did for GS. Otherwise, Mike, you are up. Are you all done, Scales? Okay, I got yours. Hang on. Coming right up. I got it. Actually, I can just get that link again.
All right. You all have a nice night. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Yep. Like, come on. Oh, my Lord. Okay, everybody. Here is Scales' link. By all means, feel free to sub. Mike, your turn.
I want.
That's
I don't see that.
Oh yeah, no, not so much. But the one thing I have to say is that sometimes you need a cold shower. Just fucking relax, go to a beach.
Yep.
Stop trying to win, especially when you're. See me, I get talked over. Everybody says shit. I'm always the quiet one. I'm like, oh, let them beat themselves up. I'm like, and then everybody's exhausted and tired. And I'm over here enjoying myself. Yeah.
And that's the way to it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you for coming, Mike. It's
I can do this all day. I'm tapping
I hope you're somewhere real nice and warm and lovely.
Yeah.
And I'll see you over at Dusty's, guaranteed.
Yeah. You want to say something?
Oh no one should watch his show. I heard it's going to be very controversial.
Don't never watch anything I'm involved in. It's just bad for him.
Yeah, I heard there's going to be like a really controversial thing that happens there.
Really, on Dusty's?
Yeah, no one should definitely watch that because no one likes controversy.
And then I heard there was something going on. Sasquatch heard a little something too, so we should all check out Caucasian Sasquatch.
I wonder what
I think it's coming up in the chat right now. Sass, do you want to go ahead and?
IFT's here.
I'm good. All right, we can know. You gotta go. You do the thing you're doing. I got about another 20 minutes.
Last words. I'm just fucking around.
Anybody wants to look up over there. My cat's going to be rerouted to it, but it hasn't gone live yet.
Sorry, guys.
It happens.
I did not expect us to go live. I didn't plan on staying on YouTube. I'll stick around and see what's going on.
Yeah.
I'll be in the chat.
Any last thoughts on what happened here tonight, Squatch?
Remember,
Crowd is still in the backstage.
Crackheads are never depressed.
Crowd.
Yeah. I saw the other
all right, I see what you're doing. Go ahead, Kraut. Press play, Kraut. That was because of a black slave owner.
But
a black man.
I don't think you guys understand what I just said. I specifically said that I don't support cash reparations. What I want is
you want land.
I'm saying the complete opposite of what you're saying.
You would have to blame yourself.
Yeah, but that's what Beth had just said. She had just said, blah, 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 the white man, and he was responding to what she said, not what he believes.
I'm so glad y'all played that.
Yes, I just watched it. You played the whole thing.
Yeah, he's indicating if he had I keep forgetting the self-determination, he can't blame the white man. He couldn't blame the white man. Meaning he's blaming the white man right now.
That's not anything. Crystal said she brought up the white man. She said white man. And then he said we wouldn't be able to blame the white man.
I mean, hey, listen, man. Like, I understand what people
I wanna be
mean when they
Batman.
don't outright say it. That's typically
You're reading
liberals do
into it,
that.
and you're doing it. You're reading
Alright,
the exact
I'm
opposite.
not gonna have this argument right now.
Can I be Batman?
Yes. Rescue me.
All right. Yes, I want to rescue you. Take you away.
What?
Bring you to Asia.
I'll go to Asia. Asia sounds great. I'll see you later, crowd.
Gosh.
LA by all means. Last thoughts, sir.
Okay, well, first, what I was trying to say is that we have self-determination, then we don't have anyone to blame but ourselves. But if we're being controlled by somebody else, then I don't know. Nothing anybody has said has offended me except for Tiff Man, who basically accused me of not being gay. I am
That's what I do, sir.
I
That's
am
what I do.
utterly offended. How dare you?
I'm just telling you,
I have been told that I was gay since I was at least 8 years old, and I am very proud to be gay. Yeah, so thank you for having me on. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe we'll do another debate about a different topic, but I think
Absolutely.
everything went pretty much as I expected. Yeah, so hopefully people got something out of it. I don't know that I don't think I changed anybody's minds, but I hope I at least
Yeah,
gave
but
people something to think about.
is that all you're proud of? Just you being gay? You don't feel like you accomplished anything more?
No, I think that is a huge accomplishment to be gay. I think that's the most.
I'm not saying that. I'm asking you the question if there's another thing that you're proud of yourself, other than you being gay.
Being an anti-nihilist, being an anarchist.
Ravenous is hilarious. Can I put his comment up back?
Yep.
All right, Beth, you go.
Beth is just trying to talk to you.
Kind of, end the show, and
You're not getting
it was.
Yeah, he's trying to talk me into having sex with a woman.
No, bro.
It's been a lot of doing
I could care less.
Quite frankly, I just don't have the spoons to handle it. I haven't been paid to have the spoons to handle much more.
Rusty spoons.
Oh, they're very rusty tonight.
Yeah,
Thank 10th man. I think you did an excellent job moderating.
I'm
Well
the
done,
greatest
sir.
there ever has been, I know.
But Beth,
Well
you're
done
probably going to get a
indeed.
lot of views for this.
A lot of what?
You're probably going to get a lot of views and a lot of comments.
Maybe.
For hosting this, you mean?
I mean, yeah, for this whole debate.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
So I think
Please everybody like and subscribe to the Culture
like
Corrections
it.
television show. You should have been saying that. But we have to do
Yes,
that
like
chat.
and subscribe to all of this. I like to do the debates about the hard topics. Recently, we did should Narcan be available to everyone or only medical professionals. We did eugenics, and I'm looking forward to hopefully having another eugenics debate in the near future because I think it's fascinating. It's a fascinating argument. Where I quite frankly found myself sitting on the fence. So I look forward to some more topics coming up in the future. And thank you very much to ADG and to you, Life Abolitionism. Definitely, I'd be more than happy to have a discussion with you sometime soon about narcissism. But for now, I'm going to say good night to everybody. Please head over to the Powdered Dusty and I only need
Did you get any
150.
subs? We'll just
I
keep
need
pushing through.